I still get a shiver thinking about it, even all these years later. It's one of those memories that plays on a loop in the quieter parts of my mind, a phantom chill on my skin. Back then, I was 22, freshly graduated from college, and brimming with the kind of unearned confidence only a young man who thinks he knows everything possesses. I decided to spend that winter break back home in Oak Haven, a town so small it felt more like an address than a proper place. Most people just passed through it on their way to the ski resorts further north, barely noticing the sleepy main street or the endless woods that hemmed us in. My family had owned a little cabin just outside the town proper for generations. It wasn't fancy, just a sturdy wooden box warmed by a cranky old wood stove. It was also where I learned my first hard lesson about being alone. Dad, bless his cautious heart, always stressed the importance of checking everything before a heavy snowfall. "Never get caught off guard, son," he'd say, especially when winter decides to bite. But that year, I was more interested in proving my independence than listening to old advice. I was home alone because my parents had flown down to Florida to visit my aunt, leaving me in charge of winterizing the cabin, a job I'd severely underestimated. It was late December, just a few days before the winter solstice. The air already had that crisp, sharp edge that promises heavy snow. My plan was simple: get the final storm shutters up, stack the last of the firewood by the porch, and then hunker down with some video games and hot chocolate until Christmas. I figured I had plenty of time. My biggest mistake, my initial vulnerability, was pure, unadulterated procrastination. I'd spent the whole morning messing around, thinking I could tackle the outdoor chores in the afternoon. By the time I finally started dragging the heavy shutters out of the shed, the sky was already beginning to bruise purple. The sun was dipping below the tree line, painting the snow-covered landscape in long, eerie shadows. A light, powdery snow had started to fall, soft at first, then picking up steam. I hurried, my breath fogging in the frigid air, hands numb despite my gloves. The cabin felt isolated, miles from any real help, but that was normal for Oak Haven. It was part of its charm, or so I'd always told myself. Now, with the light fading and the snow swirling, it just felt distant. I just wrestled the last shutter into place on the north-facing window, my shoulders aching when it happened. The snow was falling thicker now, a silent curtain descending over the world. All sounds seemed muffled, absorbed by the encroaching white blanket. In the stillness, a deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the air. It was low, almost felt in my bones before I heard it. And then the first chime. Dong! My head snapped up. It was the old clock tower in the center of Oak Haven, a relic from the 1800s. Its massive bell was famous, not for its accuracy, but for its legendary silence. Everyone knew the clock hadn't worked in decades. Its gears had rusted, its mechanisms seized up years before I was even born. It stood there, a grand, silent sentinel, a monument to a bygone era. Dong! The second chime was clearer, cutting through the falling snow with an unnatural precision. It was too loud, too close for a bell that was supposed to be dead. A prickle ran down my spine. The air grew colder, or maybe it just felt that way. Dong! A third chime, then a fourth, fifth, sixth. Each one echoed, lingering in the heavy air, a steady, deliberate beat against the growing darkness. I stood frozen, my gloved hands still gripping the metal shutter, watching the swirling snowflakes dance around the silent cabin. The sound was impossible. I knew it was impossible, but it kept coming. Dongs, dong, dongs. My heart began to thump a little faster, a nervous rhythm joining the ancient bell's toll. 9, 10, 11, 12. The last chime hung in the air for a moment, a deep final vibration that faded slowly. And then, just as I was about to let out the breath I hadn't realized I was holding, a 13th, utterly impossible dong reverberated across the snowy landscape. It was a single, solitary note, out of sync, out of place, an anomaly that shouldn't exist. And it was then, standing alone in the falling snow, that the first cold seed of dread was planted deep within me. The 13th chime lingered, a discordant echo in the suddenly oppressive silence. My breath plumed white in the frigid air, a stark contrast to the darkness gathering around me. My mind, usually quick to dismiss the inexplicable, was reeling. The clock tower hadn't worked in my lifetime, or my father's, or his father's, from what I understood. It was a silent fixture, as much a part of Oakhaven as the gnarled oaks themselves. Yet it had just chimed. Not just 12 times, like any normal clock marking midnight, but 13. An impossible, unsettling 13th chime. A knot of ice formed in the pit of my stomach. Every instinct screamed at me to get inside, to lock the door, to pretend I hadn't heard it. But another part, the stubborn, curious part of a 22-year-old who still thought he was invincible, wanted answers. Was it a prank? Kids from town messing with the old gears? But the sheer force of the sound, the way it had resonated through the landscape, felt too profound, too ancient for a simple prank. The snow, which had been falling steadily, suddenly seemed to intensify, swirling around me in a dizzying dance. The air grew colder, biting at my exposed cheeks. I could no longer see the distant town lights, swallowed by the encroaching white curtain. The world shrank to the small clearing around our cabin, the towering, dark silhouettes of the pine trees, and the relentless fall of snow. Shaking off the paralysis that had gripped me, I stumbled towards the cabin door, fumbling with the latch. My hands were numb, my fingers stiff with cold and something else, a creeping anxiety that was rapidly overshadowing the physical discomfort. Inside, the cabin was a haven of relative warmth, the wood stove still radiating a comfortable heat from the morning's fire. I slammed the door shut, the sound echoing a little too loudly in the sudden quiet, and twisted the deadbolt. Then, for good measure, I flipped the latch on the old bolt my grandfather had installed, a heavy iron bar that slid into place with a satisfying thud. Foolish, perhaps. What would a bolted door do against a ringing bell? But the primal urge for security was strong. I leaned against the door for a moment, catching my breath, the scent of old wood and pine needles filling my nostrils. The cabin felt safe, familiar, but the unsettling image of the snow-swirled landscape and the memory of that impossible chime still clung to me. I walked over to the largest window, the one facing the direction of town, and peered out through the thick glass, past the newly installed storm shutter. The snow was falling so heavily now that the world outside was a blurry, shifting canvas of white. I couldn't see anything beyond a few feet from the porch light. The cabin, once a cozy retreat, now felt like a lonely outpost, a fragile island in a sea of encroaching winter. My initial plan of video games and hot chocolate suddenly seemed laughably inadequate. My phone was in my pocket, and I pulled it out, checking for reception. One bar flickering. Oakhaven was always spotty, but with a heavy snowfall, it often went completely dead. I tried calling my mom. No answer, straight to voicemail. They were probably in Florida, enjoying the sun, blissfully unaware of the chilling absurdity unfolding back home. I tried again and again, but the calls wouldn't go through. A text message to my best friend Mark, who lived in the next town over, failed to send. No service, the screen declared. Of course, just my luck, completely cut off. I threw another log on the fire, watching the flames lick greedily at the dry wood, a small, comforting rebellion against the cold and the dark. The cabin creaked around me, settling deeper into its foundations. each groan and sigh of the old structure magnified by the profound quiet. I made myself a cup of hot chocolate, the rich, sweet steam a small comfort against the lingering chill in my bones. But the warmth didn't reach the part of me that still felt that deep, resonant thrum of the bell. Was I imagining it? Had the isolation and the growing darkness played tricks on my mind? It was a plausible explanation. I was tired, a little stressed about finishing the chores, and the thought of being alone for weeks could be playing on my nerves. Yet, the distinctness of each chime, the impossible 13th, it felt too real to be a hallucination. I tried to shake it off, to focus on the mundane. I checked the windows again, ensuring the shutters were secure. I tidied up the kitchen, putting away the few dishes I'd used that morning, but my mind kept returning to that sound. It was like an itch I couldn't scratch, a song stuck in my head that I couldn't quite place. As the hours passed, the snow piled up, muffling the outside world even further. The wind picked up, howling softly around the eaves, rattling the storm shutters. It was a sound I knew well, the voice of an Oakhaven winter. But tonight it seemed to carry a different tone, a whispered warning. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see something, anything, out there in the swirling white. My heart still gave an uneasy jump at every creak of the old house. Sleep felt impossible. My planned evening of relaxation had morphed into an uneasy vigil. I sat by the fire, nursing my hot chocolate, trying to read a book, but the words blurred before my eyes. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every sound to gain a new, sinister quality. The wind outside seemed to be speaking, whispering secrets I couldn't quite decipher. I told myself it was just nerves, that I was letting my imagination get the better of me. But the cold dread, once a mere seed, was growing, unfurling icy tendrils throughout my chest. Around what I guessed was 3 a.m., a new sound cut through the wind's mournful song. It was faint, almost imperceptible at first, lost in the roar of my own blood in my ears. A faint, distant thump-thump-thump. I froze, my head cocked, straining to hear. It sounded like drums, no, not drums, more like a heavy, rhythmic beating, coming from the direction of town. I stood up, moving silently to the window, pressing my face close to the cold glass. The snow was still falling, thick and relentless, but the beating sound seemed to gain clarity, a slow, deliberate rhythm, like something huge moving through the snow. It was a sound that didn't belong. Oakhaven was quiet at night, especially in winter. The only sounds were the wind and the occasional howl of a coyote. This was different. This was mechanical or organic, I couldn't tell. My heart began to race again, a frantic drum against my ribs. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the swirling white curtain outside. Nothing, just an endless expanse of falling snow reflecting the dim glow of my porch light. But the sound was there, undeniably. Slow, heavy, thump-thump-thump. It seemed to be getting closer, or perhaps it was just my fear amplifying it. I backed away from the window, pulling the curtain closed, as if that thin layer of fabric could somehow provide protection. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. A snowplow. But snowplows made a very distinct scraping, roaring sound, not this muffled, rhythmic thumping. A large animal, a bear perhaps out of hibernation, unlikely for this time of year, and bears didn't generally make such a steady, measured beat. I spent the rest of the night huddled by the fire, listening, my ears on high alert. The thumping sound continued, sometimes seeming closer, sometimes farther, an unsettling heartbeat across the frozen landscape. I must have dozed off finally, exhausted by the emotional turmoil, because I woke with a jolt to the gray light of dawn filtering through the curtains. The cabin was silent, save for the crackling of the embers in the stove. The wind had died down. I crept to the window and cautiously pulled back the curtain. Outside, the world was utterly transformed. Snow lay everywhere, a pristine, undisturbed blanket. The porch was buried, the picnic table a rounded mound, and the branches of the pines were heavy with fresh powder. It was beautiful, serene, utterly still. The thumping sound was gone, as if it had never been. I took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Had it all been a dream? The bell, the thumping, a nightmare induced by my isolation and general unease. I wanted to believe that, desperately. But the memory of the 13th chime felt too vivid, too real, and the persistent feeling of dread hadn't completely dissipated with the morning light. My first priority was to clear the snow. If I was going to be stuck here, I needed a path to the shed for more firewood, and I needed to ensure the generator was accessible in case the power went out. I bundled up in my heaviest winter gear: thermal layers, wool socks, waterproof pants, a thick jacket, hat, gloves, and scarf. Stepping out onto the porch was like stepping into a different world. The air was crisp and bitingly cold, but still. The snow was easily knee-deep, in some places even deeper where it had drifted. I grabbed the heavy-duty snow shovel from the porch and began the arduous task of clearing a path. The work was exhausting, my muscles protesting with every scoop. The sheer volume of snow was remarkable. It looked like we'd gotten at least 2 feet, possibly more. As I cleared a path towards the shed, I noticed something strange. Near the edge of our property, where the cleared path for our driveway met the main, unplowed road that led into Oakhaven, there was a patch of disturbed snow. It wasn't a plow mark. It was more like a wide, flattened track, as if something very large and heavy had passed through, pressing down the fresh powder. It was about 10 feet wide, running perpendicular to our driveway, heading into the woods on one side and towards town on the other. My heart gave another uneasy thump. This was where the thumping sound had seemed to come from. This track wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. It wasn't the precise, symmetrical tread of a snowmobile or an ATV. It was uneven, as if a massive, irregular object had slowly, ponderously dragged itself through the deep snow. There were no distinct footprints, no tire marks, just this wide, flattened depression, with disturbed snow piled loosely on either side. I followed the track a short distance towards the woods, my shovel still gripped tightly in my hand. It was clear the track continued deep into the dense pines, disappearing into the shadows. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold crept up my spine. What could make a track like that? It didn't look natural. It didn't look man-made. It looked alien. And then I saw it. Just at the edge of the track, half buried in a drift, was a single feather. It was large, much larger than any bird feather I'd ever seen. Not white like a goose or owl, but a dull, mottled gray with hints of iridescent black. It was almost a foot long, with a strong, hollow quill. It felt strangely heavy in my gloved hand. It didn't look like any feather I recognized from local wildlife. This wasn't a hawk, a crow, or an eagle. I stared at the feather, then at the strange track, and then back towards town, a new wave of unease washing over me. The chiming bell, the thumping sound, the strange tracks, and now this inexplicable feather. This wasn't just my imagination. Something was out there. Something was happening. I pocketed the feather, a strange impulse to keep it overriding my fear, and hurried back to the cabin, the snow clearing forgotten for the moment. My mind raced. I needed to know what was going on. But how? My phone was still dead. The main road was unplowed. No one would be coming by. I was completely cut off. The day passed slowly, a blur of restless energy and gnawing anxiety. I tried to focus on practical matters: melting snow for water, checking the fuel levels for the generator, making sure the food supplies were adequate. But every few minutes my eyes would drift to the window, scanning the pristine white landscape, searching for any sign of movement, any hint of whatever had left those tracks. That afternoon, the snow started again. light at first, then picking up, covering the strange tracks I'd found and further isolating the cabin. The temperature continued to drop. By evening, it was brutally cold, the kind of cold that seeped into your bones, even indoors. As darkness fell, a new worry began to nag at me: the clock tower. If it had chimed at midnight the night before, would it chime again tonight? I sat by the fire, a hot meal untouched on the table before me, listening to the wind and the relentless fall of snow. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of the trees outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Then, just as the last vestiges of twilight faded, plunging the world into total darkness, it began again. Dong! My blood ran cold. It was the same deep, resonant sound, cutting through the muffled quiet of the snowfall. Dong! My heart hammered against my ribs. It was happening again. The impossible clock was chiming. Dong! I closed my eyes, pressing my hands against my ears, as if that would stop the sound, but it reverberated through my very bones. One after another, the chimes filled the night, slow and deliberate, a relentless count that drove deeper into my growing dread. 1, 2, 3. I couldn't help but count along, a morbid fascination overriding my terror. I watched the clock on my phone, the time slowly ticking towards midnight, trying to correlate the chimes with the actual time. They seemed to be perfectly in sync with the passing minutes. This time I could discern a faint, almost imperceptible click before each dong, as if some ancient mechanism was grudgingly stirring to life. By the time the 12th chime echoed, a profound sense of resignation mixed with pure terror had settled over me. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. And then, just as I braced myself, the 13th solitary dong boomed out, a final, chilling declaration that hung in the air, a malevolent presence. After the last chime faded, the silence that followed felt even heavier, more suffocating than before. I was trembling, a cold sweat dampening my clothes despite the roaring fire. This couldn't be happening. It simply couldn't. I was alone, miles from town, with no way to contact anyone, and some ancient, broken clock was ringing 13 times every midnight. The night stretched out before me, an endless expanse of fear. Sleep was a distant, unreachable luxury. I spent the next few hours in a state of hyper-awareness, every nerve ending screaming. I tried to reason through it, to find a logical explanation. Vandals, extremely sophisticated and determined vandals in the middle of a blizzard to reactivate a clock that had been dead for a century. It stretched credulity to its breaking point. As the pre-dawn hours approached, a new, subtle change occurred. The cabin, which had felt like a refuge, began to feel different. The shadows seemed deeper, more oppressive. The sounds of the old house, the creaking beams, the settling foundations, suddenly seemed to take on a sinister quality, like whispers in the dark. I started to hear things that weren't there, or perhaps were there, but I had simply never noticed them before. A faint scratching sound from the attic, a soft thump from the crawl space beneath the floorboards. My mind was playing tricks on me, I told myself, amplified by fear and lack of sleep. Then I heard it again, the rhythmic thump, thump, thump. This time it seemed closer, more distinct than the night before. I was sitting by the window, peering out through a crack in the curtains, though I knew the snow was too thick to see anything. The sound was definitely closer, almost directly outside the cabin. It was heavy, deliberate, and undeniably real. I pressed my ear against the wall, trying to determine the direction. It seemed to be coming from the north side of the cabin, near the woods. It was a slow, measured cadence, like some titanic heart beating in the snowy darkness. My mouth went dry. What if whatever made those tracks was out there now? What if it was circling the cabin? I pulled away from the wall, heart pounding, and frantically scanned the room for something, anything, I could use for defense. There was my father's old hunting rifle, stored in a locked cabinet in the living room, but I didn't have the key, and I'd never fired it anyway. The fireplace poker, a heavy, blunt instrument, but hardly reassuring against something that made tracks 10 feet wide. The thumping continued, growing steadily louder, closer. It was no longer a distant sound, but a palpable vibration through the very foundations of the cabin. I could feel it in my feet, a deep resonance that vibrated up my legs. It was moving around the cabin, a slow, methodical circuit. Then the thumping stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. I stood there, frozen in the center of the living room, straining my ears, my breath held tight in my chest. What was it doing? Was it listening? Was it waiting? A new sound replaced the thumping, a faint, almost imperceptible scrape. It was coming from the porch, my porch, a slow, deliberate scrape like something heavy being dragged across the wood. Then another, closer, right outside the door. Panic seized me. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the far wall, my eyes fixed on the heavy wooden door, the bolts I'd drawn earlier seeming woefully inadequate. Was it trying to get in? My imagination, already frayed, conjured images of enormous, shadowy creatures, their monstrous forms outlined by the swirling snow, peering in with glowing eyes. The scraping stopped, and then a soft, almost imperceptible tap on the door itself, a single, gentle tap. My blood ran cold. This wasn't an animal. This was deliberate. This was intelligent. Someone or something was on my porch, tapping on my door. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. My mind screamed at me to make a sound, to challenge it, to scare it away, but my voice was trapped in my throat. Another tap, louder this time, and then a low, guttural growl, a sound so primal, so ancient, that it seemed to vibrate through the very air. It wasn't human. It wasn't animal as I knew it. It was something else, something utterly terrifying. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to go away, willing it to be a nightmare. But the growl lingered, a resonant hum that seemed to fill the cabin, pressing in on me from all sides. I stood there, trapped in the nightmare, until the first faint sliver of dawn began to paint the sky outside. As the light grew, the growling faded, receding into the background noise of the wind. When I finally dared to open my eyes, the cabin was still intact, the door still bolted. Slowly, cautiously, I approached the door, my heart still thumping. I pressed my ear against the cold wood. Silence. Complete, utter silence, save for the wind. I crept to the window, pulled back the curtain, and peered out. The porch was covered in a fresh layer of snow, undisturbed. There were no tracks, no scrape marks, no sign that anything had been there. It was as if the growling, the tapping, the thumping had never happened, as if the snow itself had wiped away all traces of the impossible event. But I knew it wasn't a dream. The memory was too sharp, too visceral. The fear was too real. And in my pocket, I still had the large, mottled gray feather, a tangible piece of evidence from the day before, a silent witness to the inexplicable. The next day was a blur of exhaustion and paranoia. I barely ate. I certainly didn't sleep. Every shadow, every sound sent me jumping. I tried to convince myself that it was just the isolation, that I was simply cracking under the pressure of being alone in the wilderness during a severe blizzard, but a deeper part of me knew that wasn't true. The snow continued to fall intermittently, sometimes heavy, sometimes just a gentle flurry, ensuring that the roads remained impassable and the cabin remained cut off. My phone remained dead. I was truly alone. As evening approached again, a new decision weighed heavily on me. Should I stay in the cabin, a prisoner of my fear, or should I try to make my way to town? The thought of staying another night, knowing the clock would chime again, knowing it might return, was almost unbearable. But the thought of venturing out into the deep snow, into the bitter cold, towards a town that now felt deeply unsettling, was equally terrifying. I paced the small cabin, arguing with myself. If I stayed, I would be safe, at least physically, but my mind might not survive another night of terror. If I went to town, I might find answers, or at least other people. But what if I encountered whatever was out there? What if the town itself was the source of all this? My curiosity, my desperation for answers, eventually won out over my fear. I couldn't stay here, waiting for midnight, waiting for the unknown to scratch at my door again. I had to know. I had to see the clock tower with my own eyes. I had to find out if anyone else in Oakhaven had heard it, seen anything. I began to prepare for the journey. It wouldn't be easy. The road to town was about 2 miles, a winding, unplowed track through dense woods. In good weather, it was a 20-minute drive. On foot, through 2 feet of snow, in near-blizzard conditions, it would be a monumental undertaking. I put on every layer of clothing I owned. Multiple thermals, thick wool sweaters, my heavy winter jacket, waterproof pants, 2 pairs of wool socks, insulated boots, a hat pulled low over my ears, and thick, waterproof gloves. I grabbed a backpack and stuffed it with essentials: a flashlight, a thermos of hot coffee, a small first aid kit, a few energy bars, and a multi-tool. I even grabbed the heavy fireplace poker, just in case, securing it to the side of my pack. It felt pathetic, but it was all I had. Before I left, I wrote a note just in case. Gone to town, clock ringing, heard things. If I don't come back, something's wrong. It felt melodramatic, but the gravity of my situation was undeniable. I propped it up on the kitchen table, a desperate plea to an unknown future. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the snowy landscape when I finally pushed open the cabin door. A blast of frigid air hit me, stealing my breath. The snow was still falling lightly, tiny flakes like frozen dust motes dancing in the dim light. The world was utterly silent, save for the crunch of my boots in the deep snow. The first 100 yards were the hardest. My legs burned with the effort of pushing through the drifts. The snow was soft, powdery, but relentless, sucking at my boots with every step. I kept my flashlight off, wanting to preserve the batteries, relying instead on the fading light and the faint glow of the snow. The woods closed in around me, a silent, menacing presence. The bare branches of the deciduous trees, interspersed with the dark, heavy boughs of the pines, created a tangled, shadowy canopy overhead. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves beneath the snow, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those wide, flattened tracks emerging from the trees, or to hear the rhythmic thumping begin again. I walked for what felt like an hour, pushing through the snow, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold was brutal, seeping into my clothes, numbing my fingers and toes despite the layers. My face felt raw, stung by the freezing air. The road, usually a clear path, was now just a slightly less deep channel through the snow-covered forest. Just as my morale began to flag, just as the thought of turning back to the relative safety of the cabin started to become overwhelmingly tempting, I saw it. A light, faint, flickering through the trees. Oakhaven. A surge of relief, so powerful it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I wasn't alone. There were other people, other lights, other signs of life. I pushed on, renewed strength surging through my aching limbs. The light seemed to grow brighter, beckoning me forward. As I got closer, the trees began to thin, and the faint outlines of houses started to appear through the gloom. These were the first houses on the outskirts of Oak Haven, smaller, older homes, many of them summer cottages or weekend retreats. They were mostly dark, their windows shuttered and unlit, indicating their occupants were not home for the winter. But then I saw a familiar sight, the old general store, its single gas pump a snow-covered relic in front, and next to it, the town square, dominated by the clock tower. Its silhouette was stark against the gray-purple sky, its steeple piercing the low-hanging clouds. And as I watched, as if on cue, the light inside the clock face flickered on, a dull, yellowish glow illuminating the hands. My breath hitched. The light hadn't worked in decades, just like the bell. Yet there it was, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. My fear, which had momentarily subsided, returned with full force. This was undeniably real. I pressed on, my boots crunching through the deeper snow of the unplowed main street. The town looked deserted, a ghost town swallowed by winter. No cars, no people, no lights in any of the houses I passed. The snow was pristine, untouched. It was eerily quiet, the only sound the wind whispering through the eaves of the empty buildings and the crunch of my own footsteps. I reached the town square, standing directly beneath the massive clock tower. It loomed over me, an imposing, ancient presence. The clock face, now dimly lit, showed the time as just past 11 p.m. I stared up at it, my neck craning, a cold shiver running down my spine despite my exertion. It looked exactly the same as it always had, weathered stone, dark wood. No obvious signs of tampering, no ropes, no ladders, nothing to suggest someone had been up there. I walked around the base of the tower, scanning the snow. Pristine. No footprints, no tracks, no sign of anyone having been near it since the snow started. How could it be chiming? How could the light be on? It defied all logic. My flashlight, now clicked on, cut a narrow beam through the falling snow. I swept it across the surrounding buildings. The general store, the old post office, the empty diner, the small town hall. All dark, all silent, all covered in a fresh, undisturbed blanket of snow. There was no sign of life anywhere. A new, terrifying thought began to form in my mind. What if I was the only one here? What if everyone else had left? Or worse, what if something had happened to them? The town felt utterly dead, not just asleep. I tried the door to the general store, but it was locked, a heavy padlock securing the old wooden frame. I peered through the window, but the interior was dark, covered in a thin layer of dust. The shelves were barren, or at least they looked that way in the dim light. It looked like it had been closed for a long time. But the general store was always open, even in winter, a hub for the few permanent residents. I walked towards the town hall, a small two-story building with a flagpole out front. Its windows were also dark, shuttered. No lights, no sign of activity. My hope of finding answers, of finding another living soul, began to dwindle, replaced by a growing sense of isolation and dread. And then, as I stood alone in the center of the deserted town square, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. A low, mournful moan. It seemed to come from the direction of the old church, which stood on a small hill just beyond the town square, its steeple a dark finger against the bruised sky. My heart leaped into my throat. A sound, a human sound. It was weak, almost a whisper on the wind, but it was there. My instinct, honed by hours of fearful solitude, was to run in the opposite direction, to get back to the relative safety of my cabin. But the urge to find another person, to break this terrifying solitude, was stronger. I turned and started walking towards the church, my heavy boots crunching through the deep snow. The moan came again, a little clearer this time, a sound of profound grief or pain. It was unsettling, but also hopeful. There was someone else here. The path to the church was steeper, more arduous, the snow even deeper in places where it had drifted. The old stone church stood silhouetted against the dark sky, its graveyard a series of rounded humps beneath the snow. The moan seemed to emanate from within the church itself. I reached the heavy wooden doors, pushing them open slowly. They creaked inward with a long, drawn-out groan that echoed loudly in the stillness. Inside, the church was dark, cold, and utterly silent. The stained glass windows, usually vibrant with color, were dull and lifeless in the gloom. The air was heavy with the scent of old wood, dust, and something else, something metallic, something like blood. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, dancing across the empty pews, the altar, the crucifix hanging above. Everything looked undisturbed, shrouded in a thin layer of dust. No one, no sound, had I imagined it. Then, as I swept the beam towards the front, a dark shape stirred in the shadows behind the altar. My breath hitched. I froze, my hand tightening on the fireplace poker. A figure slowly emerged from the gloom. It was an old man, stooped and frail, dressed in simple, worn clothes. His face was etched with lines, his eyes wide and hollow, staring directly at me. He had a long, wispy white beard, and his skin was pale, almost translucent. He clutched something tightly in his hand, a small, dark object that I couldn't quite make out. He raised a trembling hand, pointing a gnarled finger at me. His lips moved slowly, painfully, as if he hadn't spoken in a very long time. "You heard it, didn't you?" he rasped, his voice a dry, papery whisper that sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine. "The bell, it's woken, and it has brought the watchers." His eyes, full of a deep, ancient terror, fixed on mine. The metallic smell was stronger now, and I noticed a dark, wet stain on the front of his worn shirt. "The clock, it calls them," he continued, his voice barely audible. "The Oakhaven bell, it should never have rung again." He swayed, leaning heavily against the altar, his grip tightening on the small object he held. The object glinted in my flashlight beam. It was a small, ornate, tarnished brass key. Before I could ask him anything, before I could make sense of his cryptic words, his eyes rolled back in his head. He crumpled to the floor, a soft, heavy thud that echoed in the silent church. His hand, still clutching the key, fell limp, and the small, brass key skittered across the old wooden floor, coming to rest at my feet. I recoiled, a choked gasp escaping my lips as the old man crumpled. The thud of his body hitting the wooden floor echoed through the vast, cold church, impossibly loud in the sudden silence. My flashlight beam, still fixed on him, seemed to tremble in my shaking hand. He lay there, utterly still, his eyes half open, staring blankly at the high, shadowed ceiling. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the backdrop of an already terrifying night. One moment, a cryptic warning, the next, a lifeless heap at my feet. The metallic tang, which I now definitively recognized as blood, was stronger, acrid in the frigid air. A dark pool was rapidly expanding beneath his chest, staining the worn wooden planks. "Hey," I managed to croak, taking a hesitant step forward, my voice thin and reedy. Are you okay?" No response, just the profound stillness of the church, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the distant whisper of the wind outside. The brass key, tarnished and ancient, lay glinting at my feet, a silent, damning witness. Adrenaline surged through me, a primal instinct overriding my fear. He was a human being, collapsed and bleeding. I had to help him. I dropped the fireplace poker, the clang against the floor making me jump, and knelt beside the old man. His skin was cold, clammy. His pulse, when I pressed trembling fingers to his neck, was faint, thready, almost imperceptible. He was barely clinging to life. "What happened?" I whispered, more to myself than to him, my eyes scanning his motionless form. The wound was obvious now, a deep, jagged tear in his chest from which blood welled forth with terrifying speed. It looked less like a stab wound and more like a claw mark, a large, savage rip. My stomach churned, and a wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm me. My mind reeled, trying to connect the dots. The watchers, the growling outside my cabin, the massive, indistinct tracks in the snow, and now this, a brutal, non-human wound. I fumbled with my backpack, pulling out the small first aid kit. It was woefully inadequate for something of this magnitude, meant for scrapes and minor cuts, not gaping chest wounds. But I had to try. I pulled out a fresh bandage and some antiseptic wipes, my hands trembling so violently I could barely open the packets. "I need to stop the bleeding," I muttered, my voice tight with strain. I pressed the bandage firmly against the wound, applying pressure, trying to stem the flow. The old man let out a faint, gurgling groan, a terrible sound that made my blood run cold. His eyes fluttered open for a moment, fixing on mine, full of a pain so profound it was like looking into an abyss. "The clock, the key," he rasped, his voice barely a breath, weaker than before. "Lock it away." His grip on my arm was surprisingly strong for a dying man, his fingers like talons digging into my sleeve. He then pointed a trembling finger, not at the clock tower, but to the altar behind him, specifically at the large, ornate wooden crucifix. "The old ones," he wheezed, a fresh gush of blood staining his lips. "They wake when the bell rings, Oak Haven, cursed." His eyes rolled back again, and his body went slack. His hand fell from my arm. His last breath was a shallow, rattling sigh that dissolved into the frigid air. He was gone. I sat there, kneeling in the spreading pool of blood, the old man's chilling words echoing in my ears, his cold, dead gaze fixed on the ceiling. The heavy silence of the church returned, more oppressive than ever. The metallic scent of blood was overpowering, filling my nostrils, making me gag. I scrambled back, away from the body, bumping against a pew, the wood groaning under my sudden movement. My mind was a maelstrom of horror and disbelief. He was dead, and whatever killed him was out there, whatever he called the Watchers. I looked down at the brass key, lying innocently on the floorboards, reflecting the beam of my flashlight, the old man's dying words, the key, "Lock it away," and he pointed at the crucifix. What did it all mean? I picked up the key. It was heavier than it looked, intricately carved with symbols I didn't recognize, twisted knots and swirling patterns. It felt cold against my palm, a tangible link to the horrors of the last few days and to the man who had just died. My gaze drifted to the crucifix, a massive, dark wooden cross hanging on the wall behind the altar. It was old, certainly, carved from a single gnarled piece of oak, but I saw no obvious lock or mechanism, nothing that suggested it could be opened or that this key could be used with it. Yet the old man had pointed to it with his dying breath. The silence of the church was broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I was alone, truly alone, with a dead man and a mysterious key, in a deserted town where a clock tower chimed impossibly, calling forth unseen watchers. The fantasy I had clung to, that this was all a prank or a hallucination, shattered completely. This was real, terrifyingly real. I had to get out. I couldn't stay here, not with the old man's body, not with the knowledge that whatever killed him might still be near. I stumbled backwards, my eyes fixed on the doors I had entered, half expecting something to emerge from the deeper shadows of the church. My flashlight beam danced wildly, illuminating the dust motes in the air, creating more unsettling shadows than it dispelled. As I reached the doors, I hesitated. Outside, the town was dark, silent, covered in snow. The wind whispered its mournful song. Inside, a dead man. My cabin was 2 miles away through an unplowed, snow-choked forest. Where could I go? What could I do? The thought of the clock tower, now dimly lit in the town square, drew me back. The old man said the Oakhaven bell, it should never have rung again. Was the key related to the bell? Could I stop it? It was a desperate, probably foolish idea, but it was the only one I had. It was a concrete action, a way to fight back against the creeping paralysis of fear. I pushed open the heavy church doors, bracing myself for the cold blast of air. The world outside was an ominous twilight, the sky a bruised purple, the snow still falling lightly. The clock tower stood tall, its illuminated face a hypnotic, malevolent eye in the distance. I ran, not in a panicked sprint, because the deep snow made that impossible, but in a desperate, churning trudge, my legs burning with exertion. I didn't look back at the church. I just focused on the clock tower, on the strange, impossible light that beckoned me. I reached the town square, my breath coming in ragged gasps, a stitch in my side. The clock face now showed it was almost 11:30 p.m. Midnight was approaching. The impossible chiming would begin again soon. I stood at the base of the tower, looking up. The entrance was a heavy, arched wooden door, iron-banded and ancient. It had always been locked, a solid, impenetrable barrier. Locals knew the key was lost, the mechanism rusted, but maybe the key I held was the key. My hands were shaking as I pulled the brass key from my pocket. It felt warm now, as if drawing heat from my own desperate hope. I examined the lock on the tower door. It was an enormous, ornate contraption, a relic of a bygone era. The keyhole was a complex, multifaceted design that perfectly matched the intricate cuts of the brass key. With a trembling hand, I inserted the key into the lock. It slid in smoothly, perfectly, as if it had been waiting there for decades, waiting for this moment. I turned it. A deep, metallic clunk resonated through the tower, a sound of ancient gears grinding, of long-dormant mechanisms stirring to life. It was a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath my feet. The door, heavy and massive, creaked open a fraction, revealing a sliver of inky blackness within. A blast of stale, cold air, carrying the faint scent of dust, old stone, and something else, something metallic and strangely acrid, not unlike the smell of blood wafted out. My flashlight beam pierced the darkness, revealing a narrow, spiral stone staircase winding upwards into the gloom. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to get back to the relative safety of my cabin, however compromised it now felt. But the old man's dying words echoed in my mind, "Lock it away," and the terrifying implication of the watchers. I had to know. I had to try to stop it. If I could stop the clock, perhaps I could stop whatever it was calling. Taking a deep breath, I stepped through the threshold into the belly of the beast. The door swung shut behind me with a soft, ominous thud, plunging me into near total darkness. Only the faint, dim glow from the clock face above filtered down, illuminating a small section of the spiral stairs. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on, its beam a solitary spear against the encroaching gloom. The air inside was thick, heavy, suffocating. Dust motes danced in the flashlight beam, a silent testament to the decades of untouched silence. The stone walls were cold, slick with a faint layer of moisture. The staircase was narrow, winding upwards in a tight spiral, its steps worn smooth by centuries of untold footsteps. I began to ascend, one hesitant step after another. Every creak of the old structure, every rustle of what I imagined were unseen things in the shadows, sent a jolt of terror through me. The steps were uneven, some crumbling at the edges, and I had to place my feet carefully. The backpack, with the heavy fireplace poker strapped to it, felt like an anchor dragging me down. As I climbed higher, the light from the clock face became more pronounced, a strange, sickly yellow emanating from above. I could hear the faint, rhythmic tick-tock of a giant mechanism, a sound that had been silent for generations, now resurrected into a chilling reminder of the impossible. Each tick resonated through the stone, a deep, ponderous beat, like a giant heart stirring from a long slumber. The metallic smell was stronger here, almost coppery, like old blood, mixed with something else, something indescribably ancient and unsettling. It was the same smell I'd noticed at the church, but amplified, denser. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a landing. A heavy wooden door, again iron-banded, stood before me. This one was slightly ajar, a sliver of yellowish light spilling out from within. I pushed it open slowly, my heart pounding. I stepped into a vast, cavernous chamber. This was the clock mechanism room. It was huge, spanning the entire width of the tower, filled with a dizzying array of rusted gears, enormous cogs, massive weights suspended by thick ropes and intricate levers. Dust lay thick on everything, a shroud over the monumental machinery. In the center, a colossal pendulum swung with a slow, deliberate thump-tock, its hypnotic rhythm echoing through the space. The room was illuminated by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, its weak, yellow glow casting long, dancing shadows. And in the center of the room, standing beside the main console of gears, was a figure. It was a man, I think, tall and gaunt, dressed in dark, heavy clothes. He was hunched over the mechanism, his back to me, seemingly engrossed in his work. He was tightening a large bolt with a wrench, his movements precise, deliberate. My breath caught in my throat. Another person, a human being. The relief was so overwhelming it almost buckled my knees. But then a flicker of doubt. How did he get here? The door below had been locked. And why was he working on a clock that had been dead for decades, in the middle of a blizzard, in a deserted town, while people were dying? "Hello," I said, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. The figure stiffened, then slowly turned. He was old, his face deeply lined, but not frail like the man in the church. His eyes were a startling, icy blue, piercing and intense, set deep in a gaunt face. His hair was long, white, and unkempt, falling over his shoulders. He looked like a hermit, or perhaps a mad scientist. He held the large wrench loosely in one hand, which seemed to glint ominously in the dim light. "Took you long enough," he rasped, his voice deep and gravelly, like stones grinding together. There was no warmth, no surprise, no welcoming tone in his words, just a chilling, matter-of-fact observation. My initial relief evaporated, replaced by a fresh wave of unease. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. "What's going on?" The bell, the old man in the church. He let out a dry, humorless chuckle. The old man, poor Thomas, always interfering, always trying to stop the inevitable. He gestured vaguely with the wrench. He was a fool to believe he could defy what has been set in motion. "What has been set in motion?" I pressed, my voice gaining strength, fueled by a surge of anger at his callous dismissal of the dead man. "What is this clock doing? It's supposed to be broken." "Broken?" he snorted, a derisive sound. "Nothing is truly broken, young man, merely dormant, waiting for the right alignment, the right time." He paused, his icy blue eyes raking over me, a strange, knowing glint in their depths. And you've inherited the key, haven't you? Thomas's little trinket. Did he tell you its purpose? I clutched the brass key in my pocket, suddenly feeling exposed. He said to lock it away. He pointed to the crucifix. The old man laughed again, a harsh, grating sound that bounced off the stone walls. Foolish Thomas, always focused on the wrong things. The crucifix, a mere symbol. The true lock is here. He gestured to the colossal clock mechanism surrounding us. And the key, it's not for locking it away, boy, it's for unlocking. Unlocking what? I demanded, my mind racing, trying to process his cryptic words. The way, he said simply, his voice dropping, almost a whisper. The gateway. This clock, young man, is more than a timekeeper. It is a beacon, a calling, and the 13th chime, that is the signal. My blood ran cold. The signal for what? He took a step closer, and I instinctively backed up, my hand going to the fireplace poker on my pack. He seemed to notice the gesture and smiled, a chilling, humorless baring of teeth. For them, he said, his voice laced with a strange reverence. The old ones, the watchers, they have always been here, sleeping beneath the snow, dreaming in the ancient earth of Oakhaven, waiting, and the bell, it wakes them. You woke them, I stammered, horrified. Why would you do something like that? His eyes blazed with a manic intensity. Because it is time, the world has grown soft, complacent. It needs to be reminded of the true powers that govern existence. It needs to be cleansed, and Oakhaven is the chosen place, the nexus. He spread his arms wide, encompassing the entire clock mechanism, the very tower itself. For generations, my family has guarded this secret. We are the keepers. We ensure the bell remains silent until the appointed hour. But the appointed hour is now. The stars align. The ancient cycles demand their due. But people are dying, I cried, thinking of the old man, of the fear I'd felt at my cabin. This isn't right. Sacrifices, he dismissed with a wave of his hand. Small prices to pay for the rebirth, for the awakening. He looked at the clock face, visible through a narrow archway in the wall. The hands now showed 11:45 p.m. Soon, very soon. You're insane, I yelled, my fear morphing into a desperate fury. I have to stop you. I have to stop this. He chuckled again, a deep, rumbling sound. Stop me, you, a boy with a fireplace poker. You cannot stop what is inevitable, young man. The bell has tasted blood. It hungers, and tonight it will feast. He raised the wrench, not as if to strike, but to make a grand gesture, sweeping it across the massive gears. The clock's heart beats once more, the rhythm of the awakening, and the key holds the final secret. He looked at me, his eyes gleaming. Do you truly believe a small brass key can lock away the forces of an ancient world? My mind raced. This man, clearly unhinged, was directly responsible for the horrors of the last 2 nights. He wasn't just a vandal, he was a cultist, a mad prophet, and he was strong, formidable, despite his age. What is the key for then? I asked, trying to buy time to understand, to find an advantage. He smiled, a truly unsettling smile that didn't reach his eyes. The key, it is a focus, a conduit. It concentrates the primal energies, drawing them to this place, to this bell. It amplifies the call. It is the final piece of the ritual. He then nodded towards a specific, smaller mechanism set into the main control panel, a small, intricate keyhole nestled amongst the gears. That, young man, is where it belongs. That is where it will complete the awakening. I looked at the keyhole he indicated. It was smaller than the door lock, but clearly designed for the key I held. A shiver ran down my spine. The old man in the church had given me the key, telling me to lock it away, pointing to the crucifix. But this man, this keeper, claimed it was for unlocking and amplifying. Was one lying? Was one deluded? Or was it a matter of perspective? Could the key both lock and unlock? Or more horrifyingly, was the old man's interpretation a desperate, last-ditch effort to mislead me into locking something away, perhaps the very power the keeper was trying to unleash? My eyes darted to the clock face through the archway. 11:50 p.m., 10 minutes until midnight, 10 minutes until the chiming began again, 10 minutes until whatever feast this madman was talking about. "I won't let you," I said, my voice trembling but firm. I gripped the fireplace poker, pulling it free from my pack. It felt clumsy, heavy, but it was all I had. The keeper merely watched me, his expression unreadable. "You are merely an insect in a larger design. The bell has chosen its time. Its voice will be heard, and the watchers will rise." He turned back to the main mechanism, adjusting a lever. A low hum vibrated through the room, growing steadily louder, more intense. The enormous gears began to turn faster, with a protesting groan, like a giant clearing its throat. The rhythmic tick-tock of the pendulum quickened its pace. This was my chance, while he was distracted, while he was absorbed in his ritual. With a desperate cry, I lunged forward, not at him directly, but at the main mechanism, aiming the heavy fireplace poker at the intricate array of gears. My intention was to jam it, to break it, to stop the clock by any means necessary. But the keeper was faster than he looked. With a surprisingly swift movement, he spun around, the large wrench a blur in his hand. He intercepted my strike, the wrench clanging against the poker with a deafening metallic crack. The force of the blow rattled my teeth, sending a jolt of pain up my arm. The fireplace poker flew from my grasp, clattering uselessly against the stone floor. He stepped towards me, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, cold triumph. "A valiant effort, young one," he snarled, his voice now devoid of its previous cryptic calm, replaced by a predatory edge, but futile. He swung the wrench. I ducked, feeling the wind of its passage brush my hair. The wrench smashed into the stone wall behind me with a sickening thud, sending chips of rock flying. I scrambled backwards, terrified, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. "You cannot stop the awakening," he roared, his voice echoing through the chamber, now almost completely consumed by a fanatical fervor. He was no longer just a cryptic old man. He was a force of nature, driven by an ancient, terrifying belief. The time is upon us. The cycle demands its completion. I knew I couldn't fight him, not with my bare hands against that heavy wrench, not in this confined space, not against his sheer strength and conviction. My only hope was to distract him, to somehow reach that keyhole he had pointed out. Was it possible to use the key against him, to somehow reverse the process? My eyes darted to the keyhole on the mechanism, then back to the keeper, who was now advancing on me, a terrifying glint in his icy blue eyes. I had to think, and fast. "What exactly is the awakening?" I shouted, trying to keep him talking, trying to buy myself a precious few seconds. "What are the watchers? What do they want?" He paused, a strange, triumphant smile spreading across his face, as if he welcomed the opportunity to gloat. "They are the guardians of the old world, the architects of forgotten ages. They sleep in the earth, and when the bell calls, they rise to judge, to cleanse, to restore the true order. They are beyond human comprehension, beyond human morality, and they will reshape this world in their image." As he spoke, he moved closer, slowly, deliberately, herding me towards the edge of the chamber. towards the open archway that looked out into the night, towards the clock face. The hum of the machinery grew louder, the gears spun faster, a rhythmic clanking joining the pendulum's frantic beat. 11:55 p.m., 5 minutes. My gaze fell on the large, suspended weights hanging from thick ropes that snaked up through the ceiling. These were what powered the clock, drawing it down, turning the gears, if I could cut those ropes. But the ropes were thick, high above me, out of reach, and the keeper was between me and them. You speak of true order, but you brought death. I yelled, trying to provoke him, to make him reveal an opening. You killed Thomas. What kind of order is that? His eyes narrowed, a flicker of something almost like irritation passing across his face. Thomas was an impediment. He clung to the old ways, the weak ways. He tried to defy the coming dawn. His death was a necessity, a small sacrifice to usher in the new age. He lunged, I sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a sweeping blow from the wrench. I was faster, younger, but he was powerful and relentless. I desperately scanned the room, looking for any weapon, any means of escape. My eyes fell on the brass key, still clutched tightly in my hand. He moved to cut off my path towards the mechanism, towards the keyhole. "There is no escape," he rumbled, his voice filled with chilling certainty. "You will witness the coming. You will be among the first to understand." 11:57 p.m., 3 minutes. My mind was a blur of panic and desperation. I was trapped. The clock was ticking. The watchers were coming. Then an idea, desperate and probably suicidal, sparked in my mind. The old man in the church, Thomas, had been trying to stop something. He had given me the key, telling me to lock it away. The keeper claimed it would unleash something. Could the key have two functions? Or, more likely, could I use the keeper's own fanaticism against him? "You said the key is the final piece," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the terror gripping me. "You said it amplifies the call, the final ritual." He paused, a wary look in his eyes, but also a glimmer of pride. "Indeed, it focuses the power, draws them forth." "Then let me help you," I blurted out, a desperate gamble. "Let me be a part of the awakening. Let me place the key." His expression wavered, a mixture of suspicion and profound, almost childlike awe. You wish to join." "Yes," I lied, forcing a conviction I didn't feel. "I've seen the signs. I've heard the call. I want to be a part of it. Thomas tried to stop me, but I knew I had to be here." He scrutinized me, his icy blue eyes searching for any hint of deception. The hum of the machinery intensified, vibrating through the floor. The clock was drawing closer to midnight. 11:58 p.m., 2 minutes. You hold the key," he said slowly, almost reverently. "It is fitting. You were called. The bell chose you as it chose me." He lowered the wrench slightly. "Place it then. Complete the ritual. Usher in the new age." He gestured towards the keyhole, a small, intricate opening in the main control panel of the clock mechanism. He was giving me an opening, a narrow, terrifying window of opportunity. I walked slowly towards the mechanism, my heart pounding, every muscle in my body screaming with tension. The keeper watched me, his face alight with a fervent, almost ecstatic zeal. He believed me. He truly believed I was willingly joining his monstrous plan. I reached the panel, the keyhole directly in front of me. It was surrounded by smaller gears and intricate carvings, all designed to channel the enormous power of the clock. My hand, still clutching the brass key, was slick with sweat. 11:59 p.m., 1 minute. As I raised the key to insert it, I glanced at the keeper. He was still watching me, a beatific smile on his gaunt face, his eyes fixed on the key, on the culmination of his life's work. His guard was down. This was it. Instead of inserting the key, I spun around, plunging the sharp, serrated edge of the brass key into his arm, just above the wrist, where he held the wrench. It wasn't a deep wound, but it was enough. He roared, a sound of surprise and pain, dropping the wrench with a deafening clang that echoed through the tower. His eyes, now wide with fury, locked onto mine. "Traitor!" he shrieked, his face contorted into a mask of pure rage. "You dare defy the awakening." He lunged for me, but the sudden pain, the surprise, gave me a crucial advantage. I dodged, ducking under his enraged swing, and turned back to the mechanism. The clock face was now showing 12:00 a.m., midnight. As I fumbled with the key, trying to quickly insert it into the keyhole, the first dong reverberated through the tower, a deep, resonating boom that shook the very foundations. Dong! The sound was immense, overwhelming, filling the air, vibrating through my bones. It was louder, more potent here, right in the heart of the mechanism, than it had ever been from my cabin. The keeper was on me, a blur of motion, his hands grasping at my shoulders, trying to pull me away. "No, you fool, you'll ruin everything," he screamed, his voice almost lost in the booming of the bell. I ignored him, my fingers fumbling, desperately trying to align the key with the intricate keyhole. The second chime boomed, shaking the dust from the rafters. Dong! I felt the keeper's hand clamp onto my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. He pulled, trying to drag me away, but I resisted, digging my heels in, my focus entirely on the key. The fate of Oakhaven, of whatever watchers he spoke of, felt like it rested entirely in my trembling hands. Dong! The third chime, I felt a surge of energy, a strange, crackling power emanating from the mechanism, from the key itself. It was almost as if the clock was fighting me, resisting my attempt to interfere. With a final, desperate push, I forced the key into the lock. It clicked into place with a definitive, chilling snick. The keeper froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, then horror. "What have you done?" he shrieked, his voice choked with despair. I didn't know what I'd done. The old man said, "Lock it away." The keeper said it would amplify. Was I about to unleash something even worse? The fourth chime boomed. Dong! As the sound faded, a new sound began to emanate from the mechanism, a high-pitched, whining screech, like metal being torn apart. The gears, which had been spinning faster, now began to grind, protesting, slowing down. The colossal pendulum, which had been swinging frantically, began to drag, its thump-talk becoming labored, sluggish. "No," the keeper roared, his face a mask of agony. He tore at the key, trying to wrench it out, but it was stuck fast. "You're destroying it. You're destroying everything." Dong! The fifth chime, the whining screech intensified, followed by a terrible, groaning roar from deep within the mechanism, like a wounded beast. Sparks flew from the grinding gears. I stood there transfixed, the keeper forgotten for a moment, watching the magnificent, terrifying machinery slowly, agonizingly seize up. The hum that had filled the room began to stutter, falter. The light from the bare bulb flickered, dimmed, and then died, plunging the chamber into near darkness. Only the dim, yellowish glow from the clock face now filtered through the archway, casting long, distorted shadows. Dong! The sixth chime. It was weaker now, muffled, a pathetic echo of its former booming glory. The clock was dying. The keeper, meanwhile, was like a madman, clawing at the key, at the mechanism, his face contorted in a silent scream of despair. He was trying to reverse what I had done, but it was too late. Dong! The seventh chime, barely audible, a faint whisper on the wind. The grinding stopped. The pendulum gave a final, slow, shuddering thump and then fell completely still. The entire mechanism was silent, dead once more. The silence that followed was immense, suffocating, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the frantic, enraged whimpers of the keeper. He collapsed against the now still machinery, burying his face in his hands, his body racked with shuddering sobs. His grand plan, his life's work, lay shattered, seized, utterly silent. I stood there numb, exhausted, the brass key still firmly lodged in the keyhole. I had stopped it. I had stopped the impossible clock. But what had I done to the watchers? Had I merely delayed them, angered them, or had I truly locked them away? Suddenly a new sound cut through the silence. Not from the bell, not from the mechanism, but from outside. A low, mournful, guttural cry, echoing across the snowy landscape, seeming to come from the deep woods beyond the town. It was the same growl I had heard outside my cabin, but amplified, filled with a primal rage and despair. It was followed by another, and another, a chorus of unearthly wails and roars that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the night. It was the sound of immense, ancient creatures, waking, stretching, and finding their expected feast denied. It was the sound of the watchers, thwarted and enraged. My blood ran cold. I hadn't stopped them. I had merely angered them. The cries grew louder, closer, seeming to converge on Oakhaven from all directions. The air outside felt suddenly colder, charged with a palpable malevolence. I staggered to the archway, peering out through the now-dead clock face into the swirling snow. The town below was still dark, still silent, still deserted, but something was moving out there. Dark shapes, indistinct in the falling snow, moving through the trees across the empty streets towards the clock tower towards me. They were huge, looming, casting monstrous shadows against the white backdrop. Their wails were deafening, filled with an unholy wrath. I stumbled back from the archway, terror gripping me in an icy vice. The keeper, hearing the sounds, lifted his head, his face now devoid of rage, replaced by a terrible, resigned understanding. "You have doomed us all," he whispered, his voice hoarse, broken. "They will not be denied, not now, not when they are so close to the surface." You have doomed us all," the keeper whispered, his voice hoarse, broken. "They will not be denied, not now, not when they are so close to the surface." He slumped further against the silent, dead mechanism, his eyes fixed on the key I had embedded. "The cycle, you have broken the cycle, but you have not stopped them, only enraged them." The chorus of unearthly wails and roars from outside intensified, vibrating through the thick stone walls of the tower, making the very air tremble. It was a sound of ancient, boundless fury, a primal scream ripped from the depths of the earth. I pressed myself against the cold stone, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. "What do you mean?" I stammered, my voice barely audible above the rising clamor. "What is happening?" The keeper lifted his head. His eyes, once alight with manic zeal, were now filled with a profound, terrifying despair. The bell, it was supposed to call them, to guide them, to facilitate their rise, a controlled awakening, a peaceful transition for those chosen to endure. But you ripped it shut. You slammed the door in their faces just as they were stepping through. He let out a dry, bitter laugh, a sound devoid of humor. They were expecting an invitation. Instead, they find a barrier. and they are displeased. The ground beneath us began to tremble, a low, resonant vibration that rose from the very foundations of the tower. Dust rained down from the high ceiling, swirling in the dim light filtering from the clock face. Outside, the wails of the watchers deepened, transforming into a guttural, earth-shattering roar that seemed to split the night. "They are here," the keeper said, his voice strangely calm, accepting, "and they are very, very angry." He pushed himself to his feet, swaying slightly, and then surprisingly looked at me, not with rage, but with a strange, analytical curiosity. "The key, you still possess it, and you are here. This will be interesting." "What about the key?" I demanded, gesturing to the brass key still firmly lodged in the mechanism. "Can I take it out? Does it stop them? Or does it do something else?" He shook his head slowly. "The key is a fulcrum. While it is there, it creates a bottleneck, a resistance against their full emergence. It delays them, yes, but also infuriates them. If you remove it now, the floodgates will open, all at once. They will rip through this town, searching for the source of their disruption." He paused, his gaze hardening. "And you, young man, are that source. The bell chose you, the key chose you, and now they will choose you." The vibrations intensified. Outside, I heard the horrifying sound of massive impacts, trees snapping, stone grinding. They were attacking the town. They were attacking the tower. "We have to get out of here," I yelled, adrenaline surging. "They're coming for us." "Indeed," the keeper said, a glint of something I couldn't quite decipher, perhaps a perverse excitement, or perhaps just a grim acceptance in his eyes. "But where to go? The town is their domain now. The woods are their hunting ground." He looked around the mechanism room, then back at the small, intricate keyhole where the brass key was embedded. "The key, it has other properties, hidden functions. It is not merely for starting or stopping the bell. It is also a map. A guide." He pointed a gnarled finger at the key. "The markings, boy, the symbols on its shaft. They represent the ley lines, the ancient veins of power that crisscross Oakhaven. Thomas believed they pointed to a way to contain them. I believed they pointed to a way to unleash them. Perhaps we were both right in our own deluded ways." My flashlight, still clutched in my hand, was failing, its beam flickering weakly, casting erratic shadows. I needed to move. I needed answers fast. "What do the symbols mean?" I pressed, stepping closer to the mechanism, trying to decipher the intricate carvings on the visible part of the key. They were twisted, serpentine, knot-like patterns, interspersed with small, almost imperceptible dots. "Each dot a point of power," the keeper explained, his voice quickening, a frantic energy returning to him. "Nodes in the ancient network. The bell drew its power from here, from this nexus. But there are others, places where the veil between worlds is thin, places of gathering, and places of containment." He paused, a distant boom shaking the entire tower, dislodging more dust from the ceiling. A deep crack appeared in the stone wall near the archway, spiderwebbing outwards. They were getting through. "Thomas, old Thomas," the keeper muttered, almost to himself, a new desperate urgency in his tone. He was obsessed with the church. He spoke of a reliquary, a sacred seal. He believed it could be reactivated, but it needs power, and the key could channel it. My mind flashed back to Thomas's dying words. "Lock it away, the old ones, they wake, the crucifix." He had pointed to the large wooden crucifix behind the altar. "Sacred seal, reliquary." "The crucifix," I exclaimed. He pointed to the crucifix in the church. He said to lock it away. The keeper's eyes widened. "The church, yes, of course, the original site of the warding. Before the tower was built, before the bell was forged, the church stood on a powerful nexus. The crucifix, it's a conduit, a focus for a counter-ritual, but it needs power, raw, focused power. He looked at the key, then at me. And you, boy, you are linked to the key now. You wield its power. Another deafening roar, closer this time, rattled the very stones of the tower. I could hear the scraping of immense claws on the stone outside, the sickening groan of bending metal. They were climbing the tower. "How do we get to the church?" I asked, my voice rising in panic. "The town, they're outside." The keeper's gaunt face was pale, but a new resolve flickered in his icy blue eyes. "There is another way, a hidden passage, for keepers only, a direct route to the town's oldest catacombs which lied beneath the church, a way to bypass the surface." "Show me," I demanded, my hand still gripping the flickering flashlight. He nodded, a grim determination setting his jaw. "Follow me and bring the poker, we may yet need a distraction." He glanced at the key, still embedded in the clock mechanism. "Leave it. It serves its purpose for now. It is a slow, agonizing wound to them. It will hold them off for a time. Give us a chance." I didn't argue. The thought of leaving the key, the source of all this, was terrifying, but his explanation made a chilling kind of sense. It was buying us time. He led me to a section of the wall shrouded in deep shadow, behind the massive pendulum. He ran his hand over the rough stone, searching for something, his fingers tracing patterns only he seemed to know. The air grew colder in this part of the room, a palpable chill that seeped into my bones. Suddenly, a hidden section of the wall slid inward with a grinding groan, revealing a narrow, dark opening. A draft of stale, damp air, carrying the scent of earth and decay, wafted out. It was a tunnel, impossibly dark, leading downwards. "Hurry," the keeper urged, pushing me forward. "They will be through the main door soon, and they will come here." I scrambled into the opening, not daring to look back at the clock face or the churning rage outside. The tunnel was tight, dark, and immediately began to descend steeply. It felt less like a man-made passage and more like a wound in the earth itself. The keeper followed, pulling the stone slab shut behind us with a heavy thud, plunging us into absolute darkness. My flashlight, its beam now a pathetic, dying glow, was useless. I fumbled for my phone, remembering I'd kept it in my pocket out of habit, but it was still dead. Total darkness. I could feel the cold, rough stone walls pressing in on me from all sides. The sounds of the watchers were muffled now, but still present, a low, ominous rumble from above and beyond. "Keep close," the keeper's voice hissed from directly behind me, surprisingly calm in the darkness. "The path is treacherous, and not entirely empty." My heart leaped into my throat. "Empty? What do you mean?" "This passage, it predates Oakhaven," he whispered. "It was carved by older hands for older purposes. It connects to the catacombs where Oakhaven's first families were laid to rest. And sometimes things stir down here, things that prefer the dark." I stumbled, my foot slipping on something wet and slick. A wave of fear, cold and profound, washed over me. I wanted to scream, to turn and run, but there was nowhere to go. I was trapped in the earth, with a madman and unknown horrors lurk. "Keep moving," he urged, his hand on my shoulder, guiding me forward. His touch was cold, clammy. "Just follow my steps. There are hidden pitfalls." We descended deeper, the air growing heavier, colder. I could feel strange currents of air, hear faint, skittering sounds that made my skin crawl. My imagination, already frayed, conjured up images of monstrous insects, of ancient, pale creatures slithering in the darkness. "How long is this tunnel?" I whispered, my voice tight with strain. "It leads to the old burial chambers, then connects to the crypt beneath the church," he replied, his voice echoing eerily in the confined space. Perhaps a quarter mile, but it feels longer. Time behaves strangely down here. We walked in suffocating darkness, the only sound our ragged breathing and the faint, rhythmic scraping of the keeper's boots ahead of me. I tried to focus on the plan, get to the church, reactivate Thomas's sacred seal or reliquary with the key, stop the watchers. It felt impossibly distant, an act of sheer desperation against overwhelming odds. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel began to level out. The air grew a little less suffocating, and I thought I could discern a faint, almost imperceptible glow in the distance. Light, I gasped, hope surging. We are entering the catacombs, the keeper said, his voice softer, almost reverent. The resting place of Oakhaven's forefathers. Tread lightly, respect the dead. The glow resolved into a faint, phosphorescent moss growing on the ancient stone walls of a vast, echoing chamber. Skeletons lay in niches carved into the walls, or rested in crumbling sarcophagi in the center of the room, their bony fingers still clutching rusted artifacts. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, but also something else, something metallic and sweet. The blood from the church, I realized, a fresh wave of nausea rising. The keeper nodded, Thomas's offering. The watchers' appetites are particular. They have always sought to taste the fear of this town. It strengthens their connection to this plane. My eyes scanned the catacombs. It was a vast, labyrinthine space, passages leading off in multiple directions, shrouded in the eerie, greenish glow of the moss. This was no ordinary graveyard. This was an ancient, sprawling necropolis, far larger than anything Oakhaven's small population could have produced. Where now? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the underground chamber. The keeper pointed down a central passage, darker than the others, where the phosphorescent moss thinned. That way, it leads directly to the crypt beneath the church. Be warned, though, this place, it holds more than just dust and bones. The Watchers are ancient, and their influence runs deep, even here in the shadows of the earth. As we walked, the strange, guttural cries of the Watchers from above grew subtly louder again, as if reverberating through the earth itself. They knew we were down here, or perhaps they were just expressing their frustration at the clock's silence. Suddenly, a low, slithering sound echoed from one of the side passages. I froze, my eyes darting into the gloom. What was that? Keep moving, the keeper hissed, urging me forward. Do not linger, do not look. But I couldn't help it. A flicker of movement in the shadows, a glimpse of something long, dark, and impossibly segmented, like a centipede but scaled to a monstrous size, slithering back into the deep dark. My breath caught in my throat. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a physical threat, it was a psychological one, too. We quickened our pace, the keeper, despite his age, moving with a surprising agility. The passage narrowed again, eventually ending in a rough-hewn stone wall. This is it, the keeper said, his hand running over a section of the wall. The entrance to the church crypt. He pushed, and a section of the stone wall slowly pivoted inward, revealing another, even darker chamber beyond. The air here was even colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. My flashlight was completely dead now, leaving us in total darkness. I fumbled for the fireplace poker, my only weapon, gripping its cold metal tightly. The crypt is directly beneath the altar, the keeper explained, his voice hushed. That is where the crucifix draws its power, and that is where the reliquary should be. We stepped into the crypt. It was small, circular, with a central stone slab that looked like an altar, or perhaps a sarcophagus lid. The walls were lined with more niches, but these were empty, or held only crumbling fragments of bone. There was no phosphorescent moss here, no light at all, just an oppressive, absolute darkness. Suddenly, a low, rasping breath broke the silence. It wasn't the keeper's. It was faint, but undeniably present, coming from the corner of the crypt, deep in the shadows. My blood ran cold. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The keeper stiffened beside me. "We are not alone." A rustling sound, like dry leaves, followed by a slow, deliberate scrape across the stone floor. It was moving closer. "Show yourself," I yelled, brandishing the fireplace poker into the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest. A low chuckle, dry and brittle, echoed from the shadows. And so the new keeper arrives, with the key, no doubt. A figure slowly emerged from the gloom. It was human, or at least once had been. Tall and unnaturally thin, draped in tattered, ancient robes that seemed to melt into the shadows. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over sharp cheekbones and a gaunt jaw. Its eyes were sunken, black voids, yet they seemed to glow with an inner malevolence. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a marionette on frayed strings. Who are you?" I stammered, horrified. "I am the Watcher," it rasped, its voice a symphony of dry whispers and clicks, of the threshold. "I have been waiting, for many ages, for the bell to call, for the key to awaken." It turned its head, a slow, deliberate movement, towards the keeper, and for the fool who sought to deny the coming. The keeper let out a low growl, a surprising sound of defiance. "You are not a watcher. You are merely a shell, a leftover, a husk animated by their influence." "A husk with purpose," the creature hissed, its black eyes fixing on me. "To ensure the bell's call is heard, to ensure the key serves its true purpose." It took a step towards me, its long, bony fingers, tipped with impossibly sharp, black claws, extending from its tattered sleeves. "Give me the key, boy. Let me finish what the bell began." My blood ran cold. This was no ordinary human. This was something ancient, something corrupted, something directly connected to the Watchers, and it knew about the key. "The key is in the tower," I said, trying to keep my voice steady to play for time. "I left it there." The creature tilted its head, a mocking amusement in its raspy chuckle. "A futile deception. Your very essence hums with its resonance. The old keeper knows, he senses it." It turned its black gaze on the keeper. "Tell him, old man, tell him the truth. The key chose him. It is fused to his spirit now." The keeper looked at me, his face pale. "He speaks the truth. When you inserted the key into the mechanism, it bound to you. You are its conduit, its wielder. That is why Thomas sought you. That is why I sought you. You are the chosen, the nexus." My mind reeled. I was the key, or the key was a part of me. I reached into my pocket, my fingers brushing against the heavy, ornate brass key. It was no longer in the clock tower. It was back in my pocket. I must have unconsciously removed it when the power surge hit, or perhaps, as the keeper claimed, it had returned to me. I pulled it out, its tarnished metal glinting faintly in the absolute darkness, as if drawing a sliver of light from the ether itself. The creature's black eyes flared, and it took another step towards me, its form seeming to grow taller, more menacing. "Give it to me, boy. Join the awakening. Become one with the new order." "Never," I yelled, desperation overriding my fear. I held the key defensively, pointing the fireplace poker at the creature. The creature laughed, a sound that scraped against my nerves. "You cling to such pathetic defiance. You are but a spark against a rising tide. It lunged, faster than I thought possible for such a withered thing. The keeper, with a sudden, unexpected surge of vitality, threw himself in front of me. "Run, boy, to the altar, the reliquary." The creature snarled, its black claws raking across the keeper's back. He cried out, a sound of agony, stumbling backwards, but he managed to shove me towards the central stone slab. "The reliquary," he gasped, his voice choked. "Under the altar, the key, the symbols, follow them." I didn't hesitate. I scrambled over the stone slab, my hands running frantically over its surface, searching for an opening, a latch, anything. The keeper was now engaged in a desperate, losing struggle with the creature, his grunts of pain and the creature's rasping hisses filling the crypt. I knew he was buying me time, sacrificing himself. My fingers brushed against an intricate carving on the underside of the slab, a series of grooves and depressions that perfectly matched the patterns on the brass key. This was it, the reliquary. With trembling hands, I inserted the key into the hidden lock on the underside of the altar. It clicked smoothly, effortlessly, as if recognizing its purpose. The entire stone slab groaned, then slowly, majestically, began to slide open, revealing a deeper recess beneath. A faint, ethereal light emanated from the darkness within, a pale, shimmering blue that pulsed with a soft, steady rhythm. As the slab fully retracted, the light grew, illuminating the contents of the reliquary. It was a single ancient parchment, rolled and tied with a leather thong, resting on a cushion of dried herbs. Beside it, a small silver dagger, its blade intricately etched with symbols similar to those on the key. And finally, a small, ornate wooden box carved from what looked like petrified wood, secured with a complex, multi-layered latch. "The dagger," the keeper roared, his voice weak, strained. "The dagger of Thomas. It has to be that, the seal." I grabbed the silver dagger. It was heavier than it looked, and strangely warm to the touch, despite the freezing cold of the crypt. The symbols on its blade seemed to glow faintly in the presence of the key. The creature, its black eyes now fixed on the glowing reliquary, shrieked, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. "No, the ward, it cannot be reforged. It is broken." It lunged past the struggling keeper, its focus now entirely on me, on the reliquary. I didn't know what to do. The keeper was bleeding, fading. The creature was closing in. "What do I do with it?" I yelled, holding up the dagger. "The crucifix," the keeper gasped, collapsing to the floor, his body now limp, broken. "The true crucifix, the one hidden in the altar, its heart, it must be re-sacrificed." My eyes darted to the large wooden crucifix that had hung above the altar in the church, then back to the small, ornate wooden box in the reliquary. The box. "It is Thomas's true purpose," the keeper wheezed, his voice barely a breath. "The blood and the heart, the ultimate sacrifice to seal the rift." His head lolled to the side, his eyes unfocused. He was gone. I was alone again, just me, the dead keeper, the ancient creature, and the glowing reliquary. The creature was almost on me, its claws outstretched. With a desperate burst of adrenaline, I fumbled with the wooden box. The multi-layered latch was complex, a puzzle in itself. I looked at the brass key, then at the box. The key had the same intricate carvings. This must be the lock. As the creature reached for me, its black claws grazing my jacket, I plunged the brass key into the central lock of the wooden box. It twisted, clicked, and with a series of tiny mechanical whirs, the many layers of the latch sprang open. The lid of the box slowly, eerily rose. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried herbs, was a small, pulsing orb of dark, shimmering light. It was roughly the size of a human heart, and it pulsed with an internal, malevolent energy, a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the crypt. It was not a physical heart, but an energetic one. This was it. This was the heart of the crucifix, or perhaps the source of the bell's power, or perhaps something far more ancient and terrible. The creature shrieked again, a sound of pure agony, recoiling from the box. The heart of the veil, no, it must not be touched, it must not be reforged. "What is this?" I cried, terrified by the pulsating orb, yet strangely compelled by it. "It is the Nexus," the creature hissed, its voice filled with desperate warning. "The point where the veil is thinnest, the source of Oakhaven's curse. If you rebind it, you will seal us all, both sides, both worlds." My mind raced. Seal both sides. The old man, Thomas, had wanted to lock something away. The keeper had wanted to unleash something. Was this orb the key to both? Could it seal the Watchers and the passage between worlds? I looked from the pulsing orb to the silver dagger in my hand. The dagger of Thomas, the sacrifice, the heart, it must be re-sacrificed. The keeper's dying words. The creature was recovering, slowly advancing again, its black eyes fixed on the orb with a mixture of fear and desperate hunger. "Do not be a fool, boy. It will consume you. It will rip your soul apart. Only the true keepers, the bloodline, could withstand its power." But the keeper, the last of his bloodline, was dead, and I was the one holding the key, the dagger. I was the chosen. I had to try for Oakhaven, for everyone. With a deep breath, I plunged the tip of the silver dagger into the pulsating orb. A blinding flash of blue-white light erupted from the box, so intense it burned my eyes, searing away the darkness of the crypt. A high-pitched, resonant shriek, impossibly loud, filled the chamber, vibrating through my very bones, threatening to rip me apart. It was the sound of the veil itself, screaming in pain, in resistance. The creature staggered back, clutching its head, its body racked with spasms, dissolving into wisps of shadow and dust. Its screams joined the cacophony, a terrible, dying wail. The light pulsed, growing brighter, hotter, until it was an inferno of pure energy. I felt a searing pain in my hand, as if the dagger itself was burning through my flesh, connecting me directly to the heart of the veil. Images, fragmented and terrifying, flashed through my mind. Ancient, monstrous shapes moving through swirling mists, colossal eyes peering from abyssal depths, a world of shadows and despair pressing against a thin, fragile barrier. And then a sense of immense, surging power pouring through me, through the key, through the dagger. I felt myself being pulled, stretched, as if my very essence was being torn between worlds. The light was unbearable, the sound deafening. I thought my head would explode. I felt a primal scream tear from my own throat, joining the chorus of agony. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The light vanished, the screaming ceased. The crypt plunged back into utter, absolute darkness. I lay on the cold stone floor, gasping, shaking, my body aching as if I had been physically beaten. My hand, still clutching the silver dagger and the brass key, throbbed with a dull, persistent pain. My eyes, adjusting to the darkness, slowly made out the faint outlines of the crypt. The wooden box lay open on the altar, empty. The pulsating orb was gone. The creature, the watcher of the threshold, was also gone, dissolved into nothingness, leaving only a faint trace of dust and a lingering scent of decay. The keeper's body lay still, lifeless, beside the altar. Silence, complete, profound silence. Not even the distant wails of the watchers could be heard. It was as if the world itself had held its breath and was now slowly, cautiously, resuming its rhythm. I slowly, painfully pushed myself up, my muscles protesting with every movement. My head throbbed, and a ringing sensation echoed in my ears. I still had the dagger in one hand, the brass key in the other. They felt inert now, cold and heavy, stripped of their vibrant energy. Had I done it, had I sealed the rift, had I locked away the watchers, just as Thomas had intended? I stumbled towards the entrance to the crypt, pushing the pivoting stone wall open. The catacombs beyond were still shrouded in the faint, phosphorescent glow, but the air felt different, cleaner, lighter. The sense of dread and ancient malevolence that had permeated the underground passages was gone, replaced by an eerie, almost peaceful stillness. No more slithering sounds, no more unseen horrors. I made my way back through the labyrinthine catacombs, my movements slow and cautious. Each step felt heavy, as if I was moving through thick mud. The ordeal had drained me, body and soul. I reached the ascending tunnel that led back to the clock tower, but instead of taking it, I found a different passage that opened up into a series of crumbling steps. I ascended higher and higher, until I reached a small, forgotten door that led directly into the main church hall, behind the altar. The door, long disused, creaked open with a groan. I stepped into the church. The stained glass windows, once dull and lifeless, now shimmered with a faint, otherworldly glow, even in the approaching pre-dawn hours. Dust motes danced in the ethereal light, creating a serene, almost sacred atmosphere. The air was clean, fresh, devoid of the metallic tang of blood or the acrid scent of decay. Thomas's body was gone. The spot where he had fallen, where the pool of blood had spread, was now pristine, the old wooden floorboards clean and unblemished. There was no sign he had ever been there, no sign of the struggle. It was as if the resealing of the veil had wiped away the immediate consequences of its disruption. A profound weariness settled over me. Had Thomas's sacrifice been erased, or merely incorporated into the ceiling? I stood there, leaning against a pew, the silver dagger and brass key still clutched in my hands, a silent witness to impossible events. I stumbled out of the church, blinking in the pale, pre-dawn light. The world outside was transformed. The snow was still falling gently, but the air was crisp, clean, biting cold, but strangely invigorating. The oppressive dread that had hung over Oakhaven for days was gone, replaced by a profound, almost dreamlike quiet. I walked towards the town square, my boots crunching softly in the pristine snow. The clock tower loomed over me, silent and dark. Its face, no longer illuminated by the sickly yellow glow, stared blankly at the sky. It was utterly still, its gears seized, its pendulum motionless. It was dead again, truly dead this time. The town itself seemed to have undergone a subtle shift. The houses, once dark and menacing, now simply looked like silent, sleeping homes, waiting for the return of their occupants. The general store, the post office, the diner, they were just buildings, not ghostly husks. The snow, untouched and pristine, stretched across the main street, a clean white blanket. The wails of the watchers were gone. The guttural roars and furious cries had vanished, replaced by the gentle whisper of the wind through the eaves. It was as if a heavy, invisible curtain had been drawn back, revealing the world as it should be, had always been, before the bell had rung. I stood in the center of the town square, alone, utterly exhausted, watching the first faint streaks of sunrise paint the eastern sky in hues of rose and gold. The ordeal was over. The nightmare had passed, but the memories, the terror, the impossible things I had seen and heard would forever be etched into my soul. The brass key clutched in my hand now felt like a simple, inert piece of metal. Its power was gone, its purpose fulfilled. I looked at it, then at the silver dagger. They were relics, artifacts of a horror that had briefly erupted into my world. What now? The roads were still impassable. My phone was still dead. But the urgent, desperate need to escape, to run, had receded. I was safe for now. Oak Haven was safe. But then, as the sun began to peek over the distant tree line, casting long, golden rays across the snowy landscape, I noticed something new. Something that made my blood run cold all over again. In the pristine snow of the town square, directly in front of the silent clock tower, was a single, impossibly wide, flattened track. It was the same one I had seen near my cabin, the same one that had terrified me in the forest. It was fresh, distinct, and it led directly away from the clock tower, towards the deep, snow-covered woods. And as I looked closely, following the immense track with my eyes, I saw not one but several more, diverging from the central track, disappearing into the trees, heading off in different directions. They were retreating, but they had been there. They had been in Oak Haven. They had been at the clock tower. And they were still out there. A new kind of fear, cold and insidious, began to creep into my heart. I had sealed the veil. I had silenced the bell. But the watchers were not gone. They had merely been pushed back. They were still here, lurking in the periphery, in the shadows, waiting. And I, the one who had wielded the key, who had dared to disrupt their awakening, had become aware of their presence. I was no longer merely a visitor. I was a witness and a target. The sun rose higher, casting a warm, deceptive glow over the quiet, snowy town. I stood there, shivering, the brass key and silver dagger heavy in my hands, knowing that while the immediate threat was over, the true horror of Oak Haven and its ancient, slumbering secrets had only just begun to reveal themselves. My solitude, once a terror, now felt like a necessary burden. I had to learn more. I had to understand what I had done and what might yet come. The crisp morning air bit at my exposed skin, but the cold within me was far more profound. The sun, now fully risen, painted the snow-covered landscape in a deceptive warmth, highlighting the immense tracks that scarred the otherwise pristine white. Not one, but several. Sprawling, flattened paths, impossibly wide, leading away from the silent clock tower, away from Oak Haven, into the deep, ancient woods that ringed the town like a menacing shroud. They weren't gone. They were merely retreating, pushed back, waiting. My hands, still clutching the inert brass key and the silver dagger, trembled. The silence, which had initially felt like a reprieve, now held a new, chilling quality. It was the silence of a predator momentarily thwarted, but still very much present, watching from the shadows. The watchers, they had been here. They had almost risen. And I, a simple traveler caught in a blizzard, had somehow become their disruptor, their target. A wave of exhaustion, physical and mental, washed over me. I wanted to collapse, to burrow into the snow and simply disappear. But the sight of those tracks, those monstrous imprints of an ancient wrath, spurred me on. I couldn't stay here, vulnerable, exposed. Yet running felt pointless. Where would I go? The roads, I knew, were still impassable. My phone was dead. Oak Haven was a trap. My gaze drifted back to the clock tower, a dark, skeletal finger against the pale morning sky. It was utterly silent. The hum of its gears, the frantic tick-tock of its pendulum, the booming of its bell, all gone. It was just a building now, a forgotten monument. But the brass key in my hand, which had once activated it and then silenced it, felt heavy with unspoken history. I started walking slowly, cautiously, towards the outskirts of town, drawn by an instinct to confirm my suspicions about the roads. Each step was a battle against the deep snow and my own frayed nerves. The houses I passed remained dark, their windows like vacant eyes. The general store, the post office, the diner all stood empty, undisturbed. It was as if Oak Haven had been frozen in time, a tableau of a town that had simply ceased. As I reached the snow-choked road leading out of Oak Haven, my heart sank. A massive drift, easily 10 feet high, blocked the way, reinforced by fallen trees whose branches poked out like skeletal arms. Even if I could somehow get a vehicle, it wouldn't clear this. We were truly cut off. I turned back, defeated, scanning the horizon. The woods, that's where the tracks led. That's where they were. The thought of them lurking in the dense, snow-laden trees sent a fresh shiver down my spine. The cold was no longer just external, it was burrowing deep within me. Suddenly, a faint sound, like a weak groan, reached my ears. It came from the direction of the church. My stomach lurched. Was it the creature? Had it survived? Or was it Thomas? But Thomas's body had vanished. Hesitantly, I made my way back to the church. The morning light filtered through the stained glass windows, illuminating the dust motes that still danced in the air. The interior was exactly as I had left it, pristine, serene, utterly devoid of any sign of the struggle or Thomas's sacrifice. No blood, no damage. "Hello," I called out, my voice hoarse, echoing in the quiet space. Silence, just the creak of the old wood and the whisper of the wind outside. I walked down the aisle, my eyes scanning every pew, every shadow. Nothing, just the empty, solemn interior of a forgotten church. Then I heard it again. A low, ragged sigh, much closer this time, coming from behind the altar, from the direction of the crypt entrance. Gripping the silver dagger, I pushed open the secret door leading to the crumbling steps. The air in the passage was cold, damp, but held none of the oppressive malice it had before. I descended cautiously, my eyes straining in the dim light. At the bottom, in the crypt, a figure lay huddled against the central stone altar. It wasn't the watcher of the threshold, its spectral form vanished. It was the keeper. He lay crumpled, his body racked with shivers, his breathing shallow and labored. His eyes were open, unfocused, staring blankly at the stone ceiling. His tattered clothes were stained with his own blood, the wounds inflicted by the creature clearly visible on his back and side. He was barely alive. "Keeper," I whispered, rushing to his side. You're alive." He stirred, his head lolling to the side, his icy blue eyes slowly focusing on me. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. "The chosen one, you returned." His voice was a mere rasp. "I thought they would have taken you." "Who?" I asked, kneeling beside him, feeling a surge of pity despite everything. He was a monster, but he was also a dying man, a victim of his own fanaticism. "The Watchers, they pursue those who disrupt their slumber," he whispered, a tremor running through his emaciated frame. "But you are different. You carry the mark." "The key?" I asked, holding it up. He nodded, a faint light in his eyes. "And the dagger, relics of power, they chose you, they imprinted upon you." He coughed, a wet, rattling sound. "The veil, you sealed it. You bought Oak Haven time, but you did not banish them." "I know," I said, my gaze hardening as I remembered the tracks. "They're still out there, in the woods." "Always," he croaked, a bitter irony in his voice. "They are patient. They have slumbered for millennia. A few more centuries, it is but a blink to them. But now they are aware, and they know you." He reached out a trembling hand, grasping my arm with surprising strength. "You sealed the veil, yes. You closed the immediate rift. But the true power, the true purpose of the key, you did not complete it." My brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" I plunged the dagger into the heart of the veil. I followed Thomas's instructions as you interpreted them. Thomas was limited, the keeper wheezed, his grip tightening. He sought only to contain, to delay, but the key holds the power to purify, to make Oakhaven safe, to sever the connection entirely. Purify, how? The ley lines, he murmured, his gaze distant, as if seeing beyond the crypt walls. The symbols on the key, they mark the nodes, points of power. The watchers draw sustenance from this land, from the pain and fear of Oakhaven. To truly defeat them, you must cleanse these nodes, turn their own power against them. He began to cough violently, blood flecking his lips. His breathing grew more shallow, his grip weakening. How do I cleanse them? I urged, desperate for answers. What do I do? The key, the dagger, they are conduits, he gasped, his voice fading. At each node you must release its power, purify the land. It will be painful, a sacrifice, but it is the only way to sever their hold. He looked at me, his eyes gaining a desperate clarity. The clock tower, the oldest node, the heart of the nexus. You must begin there, but not by binding, by releasing. He fell silent, his eyes glazed over, his breathing barely perceptible. I waited, holding my breath, but he remained still. The keeper, the madman, the last of his bloodline was gone, dead, another victim in Oakhaven's dark history. I stood there alone once more, staring at the silent body of my enemy, now my final cryptic guide. The clock tower, the oldest node, releasing power, not binding, a sacrifice. The weight of his words, of the key and dagger in my hands, pressed down on me. I had sealed the veil, but I hadn't truly cleansed Oakhaven. The watchers were still out there, biding their time, and now it was up to me to finish the task. I carefully placed the keeper's body in an empty niche in the crypt wall, offering a silent, conflicted prayer. He had been a monster, but he had also provided the final, essential piece of the puzzle. Then I turned and ascended the steps, back into the ethereal light of the church. The sun was higher now, its golden light streaming through the stained glass, making the church feel less ominous, more hopeful. But the weight of my new mission was immense. I needed to understand these nodes, these ley lines. The key, with its intricate carvings, was supposedly a map. I found a quiet pew and sat down, carefully examining the brass key. The symbols, once abstract patterns, now seemed to shimmer with a faint, almost invisible light, as if coming to life. I traced their serpentine twists and turns, the small dots interspersed along their length. Each dot a node of power, the keeper had said. My mind reeled, trying to connect the abstract carvings to the physical geography of Oakhaven. The clock tower was one node, the most powerful, but where were the others? The key itself felt like it was humming, a faint vibration against my palm, as if it was guiding me, trying to communicate. I spent the next few hours in the church, fueled by adrenaline and the grim determination of my purpose. My eyes were drawn to a large, faded map of Oakhaven displayed on a notice board near the entrance, one of those tourist maps with local attractions marked. It was old, probably from the 1950s, but the layout of the town would be the same. I compared the key's carvings to the map, my heart pounding with a mix of trepidation and discovery. The serpentine lines on the key, when mentally overlaid, seemed to correspond to the old paths and waterways that crisscrossed the town and its surrounding wilderness. And the dots. I gasped, the dots perfectly aligned with several key landmarks in and around Oakhaven. One dot was undoubtedly the clock tower. Another was the church itself, perched on a hill overlooking the town. A third seemed to be an old abandoned sawmill on the outskirts, deep in the woods where a river snaked. A fourth pointed to the old Oakhaven Cemetery, beyond the town proper, nestled amongst ancient, gnarled trees. And a fifth, more disturbing, seemed to be directly underneath my cabin, out in the isolated wilderness. 5 nodes, 5 points where the veil between worlds was thin, where the Watchers drew their insidious power. 5 places I had to visit, 5 places I had to cleanse. The enormity of the task settled upon me. I was a lone individual, trapped in a snowbound town, facing invisible, ancient horrors with nothing but a mystical key, a silver dagger, and the cryptic instructions of a dead cultist. It was insane. But what choice did I have? The Watchers were still out there, and I was the only one who knew, the only one who could stop them. My first priority was survival. I hadn't eaten in nearly 24 hours, and exhaustion was gnawing at me. I needed supplies, and I needed to prepare for what lay ahead. The general store. It was likely still locked, but if the town was truly abandoned, perhaps I could break in. A grim sense of necessity overrode any moral compunctions. This wasn't theft, it was survival. I left the church, the brass key and silver dagger secured in my inner pocket. The morning air was still crisp, but the sun was growing stronger, glinting off the vast, untouched snow. Oakhaven was a picture of serene desolation. The general store, a quaint, rustic building with a faded red awning, stood silent and imposing. Its windows were dark, reflecting the snowy street like blind eyes. The front door was indeed locked, a heavy, old-fashioned padlock securing the bolt. I tried to force it, but it wouldn't budge. I circled the building, looking for another entrance. The back door, a rickety wooden affair, looked more promising. It was secured by a simpler latch. I tried my luck, kicking it once, twice. On the third kick, the old wood groaned and the latch splintered, giving way with a loud crack. The sound echoed in the silent town, making me jump. I glanced nervously up and down the street, half expecting a watcher to materialize from the trees, but nothing stirred, only the gentle whisper of the wind. I slipped inside, the air within the store cold and stale. Rows of shelves, laden with canned goods, dried foods, and various household items, stretched before me. It was a treasure trove. I grabbed a backpack from a display and began to fill it. Canned beans, jerky, granola bars, bottled water, matches, a first aid kit. I even found a coil of thick rope and a hunting knife, both practical tools for my insane mission. I also found a small, battery-powered radio. A flicker of hope ignited within me. If I could get it to work, perhaps I could contact the outside world. I rummaged through the electronics aisle, finding a packet of fresh batteries. With trembling fingers, I inserted them into the radio and turned it on. Static, just endless static. I tried various frequencies, twisting the dial, but there was no sound of human voices, no music, no news. Just the hissing emptiness of a dead airwave. Even the radio silence felt like a testament to Oakhaven's isolation. We were truly alone. Defeated but well supplied, I left the general store, making sure to pull the broken back door shut behind me, offering at least the illusion of security. The sun was now high in the sky, marking the approach of midday. Time was ticking. I had to start. The clock tower, that was the first node. I walked back towards the tower, the backpack heavy on my shoulders, the key and dagger a reassuring, if terrifying, presence in my pocket. The giant tracks in the snow were still there, still leading into the woods, a constant reminder of my purpose. Reaching the clock tower, I paused, looking up at its imposing stone structure. The main entrance, through which the keeper and I had entered, was still open. the massive wooden doors broken and hanging askew. Inside, the vast mechanism chamber was silent, bathed in the dim light filtering through the archway where the clock face once was. I stepped back into the chamber, my eyes scanning the dormant machinery. The gigantic gears were still, the pendulum motionless. The bare light bulb, which had flickered and died, hung lifelessly from the ceiling. The air was cold, damp, and held the faint scent of old metal and stone. I approached the main control panel, where the brass key had been lodged just hours before, sealing the veil. The intricate keyhole remained, a silent testament to the struggle. At each node you must release its power, the keeper's dying words echoed in my mind. Purify the land, it will be painful, a sacrifice, but it is the only way to sever their hold. I pulled out the brass key and the silver dagger. The key felt warm now, throbbing faintly in my hand, as if anticipating its next command. The dagger, too, seemed to hum with a subdued energy. But how did I release its power? Did I reinsert the key? The keeper had said it would be painful, a sacrifice. I looked at the keyhole. If I inserted the key again, would it reverse what I had done? Would it unleash the Watchers? No, the keeper had implied something different. Not by binding, by releasing. My eyes fell on the intricate carvings surrounding the keyhole on the control panel. They were the same twisting, serpentine patterns as on the key itself, miniature versions of the ley lines, all converging on this central point. This was the nexus, the heart. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was a gamble, a desperate act of faith based on the words of a madman. With trembling hands, I brought the tip of the silver dagger to one of the carvings on the panel, then aligned the brass key with the keyhole, but did not insert it. Instead, I held the key against the very surface of the mechanism, where the carvings were most pronounced. As the key touched the stone, a faint blue light, like static electricity, crackled around it. The dagger in my other hand seemed to resonate, its etched blade glowing with a similar, albeit fainter, energy. I felt a surge of energy, cold and electric, shoot up my arm. It wasn't painful, not yet, but it was intense, making my teeth ache. The air in the chamber grew heavy, charged with an invisible force. Then, guided by an instinct I didn't understand, I pressed the tip of the silver dagger into the small, central indentation of the keyhole, while simultaneously pressing the brass key against the control panel, aligning its carvings with those on the mechanism. A low hum began to emanate from the mechanism, a deep, resonant sound different from the previous grinding, a sound of immense power awakening, not for destruction but for something else. The blue light intensified, now coursing visibly from the key, through my hand into the dagger, and then into the mechanism. Pain, sharp, searing pain, like 1,000 tiny needles piercing my flesh, spread from my hands up my arms, through my chest, into my very core. I cried out, a strangled gasp, but I held fast, my teeth gritted, my muscles locked. The keeper had warned me, a sacrifice. Images clearer than before flashed through my mind. Not just fragmented glimpses of monstrous shapes, but now I saw the ley lines themselves, glowing veins of energy beneath the earth, crisscrossing Oakhaven, pulsing with a dark, corrupting power. And then I saw the Watchers, their forms immense, shadowy, connected to these lines, drawing strength, dreaming. As the pain grew, an invisible force seemed to tear at me, threatening to pull me apart. But simultaneously, a counterforce surged, a pure, cleansing energy flowing from the key and dagger, threw me into the nexus. I felt the ley lines tremble, not with fear, but with a strange, spiritual agony, as if they were being purged. The blue light around the mechanism pulsed violently, then exploded outwards in a silent, brilliant flash that temporarily blinded me. I felt myself thrown backward, slamming hard against the stone floor, the key and dagger clattering from my grasp. My head spun, my entire body ached. I lay there, gasping, trying to regain my breath, my vision slowly returning. The chamber was silent again. The blue light was gone. The air felt clean, purified. The hum had ceased. The mechanism was still dormant, but something had changed. I slowly pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. My hands were scorched, red and blistered, but the pain was manageable now, a dull throb. I looked at the spot where I had activated the ritual. The intricate carvings on the control panel now glowed with a faint, steady silver light, no longer the sickly blue. And the keyhole where I had placed the dagger shimmered with a profound, almost holy aura. I picked up the brass key and silver dagger. They no longer felt inert. The key pulsed with a gentle warmth, and the dagger gleamed, its silver blade shimmering with a soft, ethereal light. They were still conduits, but now they were conduits of a cleansed, purified power. One node down, 4 more to go. The clock tower, the heart of the nexus, was cleansed. I had released its power, not to unleash the Watchers, but to sever their parasitic connection. It felt like a small victory, a single battle won in a war I still barely understood. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the snow. I needed to act quickly. Night would fall soon, and with it, the unseen terrors of the woods would stir. My next destination, according to the Keys map and my mental overlay, was the old sawmill. It was deeper in the woods, along the winding river. It would be a challenging trek through the snow. I retrieved my backpack from where I had left it by the entrance and ventured out of the clock tower. The town still lay in its silent, pristine state, but the air felt subtly different now, less oppressive, as if a weight had been lifted. The tracks of the Watchers in the snow were still there, leading into the woods, but as I looked at them now, they seemed fainter. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but it felt as though the act of cleansing the first node had diminished their physical presence, their hold on this reality. A fragile hope sparked within me. I headed towards the woods, following a narrow, overgrown path that led out of town. The snow was deep here, untouched, making every step a struggle. The trees loomed dark and ancient, their branches heavy with snow, creating a hushed, almost sacred atmosphere. The sun, now lower in the sky, dappled through the canopy, painting the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. As I walked deeper into the woods, a familiar feeling began to creep over me, a sense of being watched. It was subtle at first, a prickling on the back of my neck, a rustle of leaves that wasn't quite the wind. The silence of the forest was not entirely empty. It held a patient, waiting presence. I gripped the silver dagger, its ethereal glow a small comfort against the encroaching dread. The brass key, tucked into my pocket, felt warm, almost a living thing. After what felt like an hour of arduous trekking, I began to hear the faint sound of rushing water. The river, the sawmill couldn't be far. Sure enough, through a break in the trees, I saw it. A dilapidated, moss-covered structure, its wooden walls sagging, its roof partially collapsed, nestled by the banks of a frozen, fast-flowing river. The old sawmill, another node. The air around the sawmill felt heavy, stagnant, imbued with a palpable sense of decay and forgotten industry. It was colder here too, a bone-chilling dampness that seemed to cling to everything. I could almost hear the ghosts of workers, the screech of saw blades, the thud of falling timber. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding. The tracks of the watchers were more prominent here, converging on the sawmill, then veering off into deeper parts of the forest. This was definitely a place of their lingering influence. The inside of the sawmill was a wreck. Rusted machinery lay scattered, broken saw blades jutted from rotted beams, and piles of decaying sawdust covered the floor. The river snaked directly through the building, a powerful current of dark, icy water. I consulted the key in my mind, aligning its carvings with the physical space. The node here was not a central mechanism, like in the clock tower, but a specific point where the river entered the sawmill, a natural confluence of water and land, overlaid with the decades of human toil and fear. It was a place of residual energy, ripe for corruption. I found the spot, a section of the riverbank where ancient, smooth stones formed a natural basin. The air here was thick, almost suffocating, with a heavy, malevolent aura. It was as if the very water pulsed with a dark energy. I knelt, pulling out the brass key and silver dagger. They both glowed more intensely here, their purified light cutting through the gloom of the sawmill. As I placed the key against the smooth stone, aligning its carvings with the faint, almost invisible symbols etched into the rock, the river water began to churn, not from the current, but as if an unseen force was disturbing its depths. A low, guttural growl echoed from beneath the frozen surface, a sound of ancient protest. The familiar, searing pain shot through me as I pressed the dagger's tip into a small crevice in the stone, directly at the nexus point. This time, the pain was accompanied by a freezing cold, as if the river itself was trying to consume me, to draw me into its icy depths. Images flooded my mind again, more terrifying than before. I saw monstrous eyes opening beneath the water, vast, serpentine bodies writhing in the depths, their ancient forms reaching for the light. I felt their rage, their primal hunger, their frustration at being denied. They knew what I was doing. They were fighting back. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to hold on despite the agony. The cold threatened to numb my limbs, to drag me down, but the purified energy from the key and dagger, flowing through me, met the encroaching darkness. It was a battle of wills, a spiritual struggle for the very soul of the land. The river water, which had been churning black, began to glow with a faint silver light. The growls beneath the surface turned into a tormented shriek, a sound of profound anguish. The monstrous eyes in my mind's eye recoiled, burning, dissolving. With a final, desperate surge of will, I pushed more of the purified energy into the stone. The silver light in the river erupted, a silent explosion of light that momentarily illuminated the entire sawmill. The pain in my body reached its zenith, a tearing sensation, as if my essence was being ripped apart. Then, just as abruptly as it had begun, it stopped. I collapsed, gasping, my body racked with tremors, my hands raw and blistered from the cold and the energy surge. I lay there, staring up at the decaying roof of the sawmill, the sounds of my own ragged breathing filling the silence. The river still flowed, but its water was clear now, sparkling with a renewed vitality. The air in the sawmill, once heavy with decay, felt lighter, cleaner, imbued with a fresh, almost spring-like crispness. The oppressive cold had receded, replaced by a more natural chill. The node was cleansed, the second point of corruption severed. I slowly pushed myself up, retrieved the key and dagger. They pulsed with a stronger, warmer glow now, their power growing with each cleansed node. But the exhaustion was immense. The sun had almost completely set, and twilight was rapidly consuming the forest. I couldn't risk traveling to the next node in the dark. The watchers, even diminished, were still out there, lurking. I needed shelter, warmth, and rest. My cabin, it was far, but it was my only option. And if the key was to be believed, it was also another node. I could rest there and then cleanse it in the morning. The trek back was even harder. The fading light made the snow-covered path treacherous, and my body was screaming in protest. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace, every rustle of leaves amplified into a threat. I clutched the dagger tightly, its faint glow a small beacon in the deepening gloom. I heard sounds in the forest, faint at first, then closer. Not the guttural roars of the watchers, but something else. A low howl, followed by another. Wolves, or something like wolves. The woods were alive with unseen eyes, with creatures that had perhaps been drawn out by the disruption of the veil, or simply emboldened by the lingering presence of the watchers. I quickened my pace, pushing through the pain and exhaustion, stumbling occasionally, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I had to reach the cabin before the true darkness descended. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the familiar outline of my small cabin appeared through the trees. A wave of profound relief washed over me. It was still standing, untouched, a haven in the menacing wilderness. I half stumbled, half ran towards it, fumbling with the lock. The door creaked open, revealing the dark, cold interior. I hurried inside, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, gasping for breath, the sound of my ragged breathing echoing in the silence. The cabin was cold, but it was shelter. I quickly lit a fire in the hearth, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. The warmth spread slowly, thawing my frozen limbs, easing the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I ate ravenously, gulping down canned beans and jerky, washing it down with bottled water. My body craved sustenance, and the food, though simple, tasted like a feast. After eating, I tended to my hands. The blisters were painful, but thankfully not severe. I cleaned them, applied some antiseptic cream from my first aid kit, and bandaged them. The key and dagger lay on the small wooden table, softly glowing, their presence a constant reminder of the day's events and the challenges ahead. I spent some time studying the key again, comparing it to my mental map of Oakhaven. My cabin was indeed a node. It made a terrible kind of sense. Its isolated location, the unsettling feeling I'd always had here, the monstrous tracks I'd found just outside, this place was a focal point. The other two nodes were the old Oakhaven Cemetery and a spot beneath the town's main street, likely associated with the deep cellars or sewers. These would be difficult, dangerous, and require careful planning, but for now I would rest. Sleep, however, was a luxury I couldn't fully afford. Every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept my hunting knife, the key, and the dagger close, lying on the floor beside the fireplace, trying to snatch a few hours of uneasy slumber. My dreams were tormented by flashes of ancient horrors, of vast, unseen entities stirring in the earth, of the piercing pain of the cleansing ritual. I saw the keeper's gaunt face, heard his final, cryptic instructions. I saw Thomas's bleeding form, his desperate warning. I woke with a jolt before dawn, my body stiff and aching, but my mind clear. The fire had died down to embers, and the cabin was cold again. I rekindled it, the crackling flames a welcome companion. Today I would cleanse the cabin. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I prepared myself. I ate a small breakfast, checked my supplies, and secured the key and dagger. The thought of inflicting that searing pain upon myself again was daunting, but the alternative, allowing the Watchers to reclaim Oak Haven, was far worse. I found the node in my cabin, not hidden in the structure itself, but in the very earth beneath it. The cabin had been built over a natural spring, a place where water bubbled up from deep underground. The spring, now frozen, was directly beneath the hearth, a natural point of power, undoubtedly corrupted by the proximity to the Watcher's influence. I knelt before the hearth, pulling out the key and dagger. The key pulsed strongly, the dagger shimmered. The air around me felt thick, charged, even within the relative safety of the cabin. I reached down, pressing the key against the stone of the hearth, aligning its carvings with the natural patterns of the rock. As before, a faint blue light sparked. Then, with a deep breath, I plunged the tip of the silver dagger into a small crevice between the stones, directly above the frozen spring. The pain was immediate and excruciating. This time, it wasn't just heat or cold. It was a profound sense of draining, as if the very life force was being sucked out of me, through the dagger, into the earth. I cried out, my body convulsing, but I held on, desperate. Images flashed through my mind, a whirlwind of ancient suffering. I saw the land itself, beautiful and wild, slowly succumbing to a creeping shadow, a parasitic influence that fed on fear and despair. I saw the spirits of the woods, the animals, suffering, driven mad by the Watcher's presence. And then I saw my own fear, my own isolation, being drawn into the corrupted ley lines. I fought back, pushing against the draining force, channeling the purified energy from the key, through my pain, into the node. It was a primal scream of resistance, a defiant act against the ancient evil that sought to consume me. My muscles burned, my head throbbed, and I felt the edge of consciousness slipping. But then, as I focused all my remaining will, I felt a shift. The draining pain eased, replaced by a surge of revitalizing energy, pure and exhilarating. The blue light around the hearth exploded in a silent flash, followed by a profound sense of release, as if a great, ancient burden had been lifted from the land. I collapsed, exhausted, but also filled with a strange, soaring lightness. The cabin felt different. The unsettling aura, the feeling of unseen eyes was gone. It felt simply like a home, a place of peace. 3 nodes cleansed, only 2 remained. My body was aching, my hands raw, but I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I was not just surviving, I was fighting back, and I was winning. I spent the rest of the morning recuperating, eating, and gathering my strength. The key and dagger felt lighter now, more integrated with me, their glow steady and warm. The next node, the old Oak Haven Cemetery. This would be another challenging trek, and a place undoubtedly imbued with the Watcher's influence, a site of sorrow and decay, perfect feeding grounds for their kind. By early afternoon, I was ready. I grabbed my pack, the key and dagger secured, and stepped out into the crisp, clear day. The snow still lay thick, but the sun was bright, and the air held a promise. The air, though cold, held a certain lightness, a subtle promise of hope that hadn't been present since I first arrived in Oak Haven. Yet, the weight of the brass key and silver dagger in my pack, and the memories of the searing pain from the cleansing rituals, were a stark reminder of the grim task still ahead. 3 nodes cleansed, 2 more remained. The old Oak Haven Cemetery was next. I set off, my boots crunching through the pristine snow, retracing my steps back towards the main town. The tracks of the Watchers, which had been so horrifyingly clear yesterday, seemed fainter now, almost ethereal, as if the land itself was trying to erase their imprint. It was a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. As I neared the edge of town, the familiar, unsettling quiet descended once more. The houses remained dark, their windows like vacant eyes. This time, however, the silence felt less menacing, more like a town holding its breath, waiting. The cemetery lay on the opposite side of Oakhaven, beyond the last cluster of houses, nestled on a low hill among a grove of ancient, gnarled oak trees that gave the town its name. It would be a significant trek, pushing my already strained body to its limits, but I had no choice. The sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in hues of orange and purple, a beautiful, deceptive backdrop for the morbid destination ahead. I walked through the deserted streets, making my way towards the cemetery road. The snow here was less disturbed than the wilderness paths, but still deep, unbroken by any human footprints. As I approached the cemetery gates, a chill, colder than the air itself, wrapped around me. The iron gates, rusted and creaking on their hinges, stood slightly ajar, as if inviting me in. Beyond them, an expanse of snow-covered headstones stretched into the twilight, like silent sentinels guarding forgotten secrets. The ancient oak trees, bare and skeletal, twisted towards the darkening sky, their branches like grasping claws. This place reeked of sorrow, of decay, of lingering regret. It was a natural focal point for the watchers, a place where the veil between life and death was always thin, a place ripe for corruption. I pulled out the silver dagger, its blade now glowing with a soft, steady silver light, a tiny beacon of defiance against the encroaching gloom. The brass key, tucked into my inner pocket, pulsed with a reassuring warmth. I pushed open the creaking gates and stepped into the cemetery. The snow here was deeper, undisturbed except for the occasional drift that piled against the weathered headstones. The only sound was the mournful whisper of the wind through the bare branches. My eyes scanned the desolate landscape. The key's inner map, now a clearer guide in my mind, indicated the node was located at the oldest part of the cemetery, near a colossal, ancient oak tree that overshadowed a cluster of crumbling, forgotten graves. This tree, its trunk impossibly wide and its branches twisted into grotesque shapes, seemed to be the heart of the cemetery's somber energy. As I walked, a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The air around me grew heavy, and a low, almost inaudible hum vibrated through the ground. The wind picked up, swirling ghostly patterns in the snow, like spirits dancing among the graves. I saw shadows shifting and elongating between the headstones, not just from the setting sun, but something else, something fluid. A faint whisper, like many voices sighing at once, drifted through the air. It wasn't menacing, not overtly, but it was profoundly sad, filled with an ancient weariness. It was the sound of the veil, thin and permeable here, of countless souls trapped between worlds, their peace disturbed. I gripped the dagger tighter, its light intensifying, pushing back against the spectral gloom. I focused on the path ahead, on the giant oak tree looming in the distance. Finally, I reached it. The ancient oak, a monolith of weathered wood and gnarled roots, stood sentinel over a cluster of graves, some so old their inscriptions were completely eroded. The ground around it was littered with fragments of broken stone and the skeletal remains of winter-killed plants. The air here was thick, almost suffocating, with a profound sense of ancient sorrow and an insidious, creeping cold that seeped into my bones. This was the node. I knelt before the tree, placing my hand on its rough, moss-covered bark. The tree felt ancient, alive, yet deeply wounded. I could feel the ley lines, pulsating beneath the earth, drawing the residual energies of grief and despair from the countless graves, feeding them into this point, and from here outward to the watchers. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the familiar agony. This time the sacrifice felt different, more profound, tapping into a deeper well of suffering. I pulled out the brass key, its purified light shining brightly against the darkening sky. I pressed it against a particularly gnarled section of the tree's root, where faint, almost invisible symbols were etched into the wood. As before, a faint blue light crackled into existence, tracing the symbols. Then, with trembling hands, I brought the tip of the silver dagger to a small, dark hollow in the tree's trunk, a wound where a branch had long ago broken off. This was the nexus point, the heart of the tree's sorrow and its connection to the corrupted ley lines. As the dagger pierced the ancient wood, a shriek, not from me, but from the very air around us, tore through the cemetery. It was a sound of immense, collective agony, like 1,000 tormented spirits crying out at once. The shadows among the graves solidified, swirling into indistinct, wispy shapes that writhed and reached towards me, their silent screams echoing in my mind. The pain that ripped through me was unlike anything I had experienced before. It was a cold, piercing agony that felt like my very soul was being flayed, exposed to the raw anguish of all the forgotten dead, all the stolen peace. I saw images of past sufferings, of loved ones lost, of despair and grief, not just my own, but of all who had mourned in this place. The Watchers were not just drawing power, they were feeding on the echoes of human sorrow, amplifying it, twisting it. I felt myself being pulled, drawn into the vortex of suffering, my own memories of loss and fear rising to the surface, threatening to overwhelm me. The wispy shadows around me clawed at my mind, whispering promises of eternal rest, of an end to the pain, if only I would release my hold. But I fought back. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to channel the purified energy from the key and dagger, through my own pain, into the ancient tree, into the corrupted ley lines. It was a battle not just for Oakhaven, but for my very sanity, my very essence. I had to push through the sorrow, transform it. The silver light from the dagger intensified, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The blue light around the tree flared, meeting the raw pain of the cemetery, transforming it. The wispy shadows recoiled, dissolving with faint, whimpering sounds. The collective shriek of agony lessened, slowly turning into a mournful but ultimately peaceful sigh. The tree itself seemed to pulse with a renewed, albeit sorrowful life. The bark where the key was placed began to glow with a soft, steady silver. With a final, desperate surge of will, I pushed more energy, a silent scream of defiance against the ancient sorrow. The silver light erupted from the tree, a silent, blinding flash that banished all shadows, illuminating the entire cemetery in a brief, ethereal glow. The pain in my body reached its peak, a profound ache in my soul, and then, abruptly, it ceased. I collapsed, gasping, my body shaking uncontrollably. Tears streamed down my face, tears not just of my own pain, but of the collective sorrow I had witnessed and transformed. My heart felt bruised, but also strangely lighter, purged of some invisible burden. The cemetery was silent again. The whispering wind still blew, but now it sounded like a gentle lullaby, not a mournful dirge. The air, though cold, felt fresh and clean, devoid of the oppressive sadness. The headstones, once menacing, now seemed to stand in quiet dignity. I slowly pushed myself up, retrieved the key and dagger. They glowed with a profound, almost comforting warmth, their silver light steady and strong. 4 nodes cleansed, only one remained. The sun had set completely now, and the full darkness of night had descended, broken only by the shimmering silver light of the dagger and the soft glow of the key. I was utterly exhausted, physically and emotionally drained. I couldn't face the last node tonight. I needed rest and a chance to process the emotional toll of the cemetery. My cabin was too far. I couldn't risk the woods in this state. The general store, though still a broken-in shell, was closer and offered a semblance of shelter. I stumbled out of the cemetery, through the still-open gates, and back into the main street of Oakhaven. The town was swallowed by darkness, but the sky was clear, revealing a myriad of stars that glittered with an almost unsettling brilliance. I reached the general store, pushing open the broken back door, and slipped inside. I secured the door as best I could, piling boxes against it. The interior was colder than the church, but at least it was out of the wind. I lit a small fire in an old metal trash can I found, carefully feeding it with broken pieces of wood from a display. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the shelves, creating a strange, temporary sanctuary amidst the canned goods and household items. I ate a meager meal from my pack, my appetite dulled by exhaustion and the lingering emotional ache. My hands were still raw, but the pain had receded into a dull throb. I wrapped myself in an old blanket I found, huddling close to the fire, trying to summon the energy to rest. My mind, however, refused to quiet. The images of suffering from the cemetery, the ghostly whispers, the sense of ancient sorrow, they replayed in my thoughts, a constant reminder of the unseen war I was fighting. The Watchers were real. Their influence was insidious, feeding on the very fabric of human emotion. I pulled out the brass key and silver dagger, laying them on the floor beside me. Their combined silver light illuminated the small space, a silent testament to the purified power I now wielded. The key felt like a living thing, its carvings subtly shifting and rearranging in my mind, outlining the final node. The last node, beneath the town's main street. The keeper had mentioned deep cellars, sewers. It was likely a central point, a place where the human infrastructure intertwined with the ancient ley lines, making it a powerful and dangerous nexus of corruption. Sleep eventually claimed me, but it was a fitful, restless slumber, filled with fragmented dreams of swirling shadows and the cold embrace of sorrow. I awoke with a start before dawn, the general store still dark and cold. The fire had died to embers. A profound sense of urgency gripped me. I had to finish this, today. I rekindled the fire, ate quickly, and checked my dwindling supplies. I had enough food and water for another day, maybe two, but my physical and mental reserves were running dangerously low. This last node would demand everything I had left. As the first faint light of dawn seeped through the cracks in the store, I felt a new resolve harden within me. I secured my pack, the key and dagger ready. I stepped out into the crisp pre-dawn air. The snow was a deep, unbroken blanket stretching across the deserted main street. The town was still silent, but I could feel a subtle tension in the air, a sense of anticipation. The final node, the key's inner map, pointed directly to the center of the main street, right in front of the silent clock tower, but deeper. It suggested an access point, perhaps a manhole, or a hidden entrance to a subterranean network. I walked to the center of the town square, standing directly in front of the clock tower. The towering structure loomed over me, a silent, ancient guardian. I looked down at the snow-covered street, trying to discern any signs of an access point. Nothing, just an unbroken expanse of white. I consulted the key again, focusing my mind on its intricate carvings. It seemed to pulse with a gentle pressure, guiding my gaze to a specific spot on the snow-covered pavement, directly in front of the clock tower's main doors. I began to clear the snow with my hands, digging frantically. The cold seeped into my bare fingers, but I ignored it. After a few minutes of desperate digging, My fingers brushed against something hard, metallic. A manhole cover, heavy, rusted, and almost completely buried by the accumulated snow and ice. This was it, the access point to the final node. I tried to lift it, but it was incredibly heavy, cemented in place by years of neglect and layers of ice. I grunted, straining, but it wouldn't budge. I needed a leverage point, something to pry it open. I looked around. The general store was too far. The church didn't have anything useful. My eyes fell on the broken front doors of the clock tower, specifically one of the massive wooden planks that had splintered off when the watcher of the threshold had burst through. It was thick, heavy, and long. Perfect. I quickly retrieved the plank, dragging it through the snow. Back at the manhole, I wedged the end of the plank under the edge of the cover, grunting with effort. I pressed down on the other end, using all my body weight. With a groan of tortured metal and a loud crack of ice, the manhole cover slowly, painstakingly began to lift. A rush of stale, damp air, tinged with the scent of earth and old sewage, wafted up from the darkness below. I slowly eased the manhole cover to the side, revealing a gaping, black maw that led into the earth. Cold, stone steps spiraled down into the inky blackness, the final descent. I hesitated, looking back at the town square, at the silent clock tower, at the pristine snow. This was it, the last stand. If I failed, Oak Haven and perhaps beyond would be lost. I took a deep breath, clutching the key and dagger. The dagger's silver light, now brighter than ever, cut through the gloom, illuminating the first few steps. I secured my backpack, took one last look at the fading sunrise, and began my descent into the darkness below Oak Haven. The air grew heavier with each step, the cold turning into a damp, cloying chill that seemed to cling to my clothes, to my skin, to my very soul. The spiral steps seemed endless, leading me deeper and deeper into the earth, into what felt like the very heart of Oak Haven's corruption. I heard sounds now, faint, slithering noises, a low, guttural murmur that seemed to echo from the unseen depths. This wasn't just old sewers. This was a place where ancient things stirred, a place steeped in the malevolent influence of the Watchers. Their presence here was palpable, a suffocating dread that pressed in on me from all sides. The dagger's light cast dancing shadows on the rough-hewn stone walls, revealing patches of strange, glistening slime and ancient, intricate carvings that seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light. They were the same serpentine patterns from the key, from the ley lines, but here they seemed to be pulsating with a dark, sickly blue glow, like corrupted veins beneath the earth. Finally, the steps ended, opening into a vast, cavernous chamber. The air here was thick, almost unbreathable, heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something metallic and ancient. The chamber was immense, supported by massive stone pillars, and at its center, a natural spring of dark, stagnant water bubbled up from the earth, surrounded by a ring of crudely carved, menacing stone idols. This was the source, the ultimate node. The entire chamber throbbed with a dark, malevolent energy. The carvings on the walls glowed with a sickening blue light, and from the edges of the chamber, indistinct, shadowy forms writhed and swayed, watching me with unseen eyes. These were not the fleeting wisps of the cemetery. These were more substantial, more defined, pulsating with a dark hunger. They were watchers, lurking in their true domain, their power almost fully awakened here. A low, resonant hum, far deeper and more terrifying than anything I had heard before, filled the chamber, vibrating through my very bones, threatening to shatter my sanity. It was the sound of the veil, thin and almost completely broken here, a raw, primal roar of the ancient forces I had disturbed. I staggered, feeling a profound sense of despair wash over me, a sudden, overwhelming urge to simply give up, to let the darkness consume me. This was too much. I was just one man, facing ancient horrors beyond comprehension. But then I looked at the dagger in my hand, its silver light burning brightly, defying the gloom. And the brass key, clutched in my other hand, pulsed with a steady, warm beat, a rhythm of purified power, echoing my own stubborn defiance. I was the chosen, I was the conduit, I was the one who would end this. I walked towards the central spring, my steps heavy but resolute. The shadowy watchers at the periphery seemed to coalesce, their forms growing larger, more distinct, their black eyes like voids of despair fixing on me. I heard their whispers now, not of sorrow, but of ancient rage, of furious hunger. Intruder, usurper, you cannot sever us. I ignored them, focusing on the spring. The watcher was black, almost oily, and within its depths I could see faint, swirling shapes like nightmares given liquid form. The stone idols around it, grotesque and primitive, seemed to radiate pure malice. This was the true nexus of Oakhaven's curse, the wellspring of their power. I knelt at the edge of the spring, pulling out the brass key. It felt hot now, almost burning in my hand, eager to complete its purpose. The dagger glowed like a miniature sun, its silver light pushing back against the encroaching shadows. I placed the key against the rough, cold stone of the spring's basin, aligning its carvings with the dark, pulsating symbols etched into the rock. As before, a brilliant blue light sparked, illuminating the ancient patterns, turning them from dark corruption to shimmering energy. The hum in the chamber intensified, becoming a deafening roar. The shadowy watchers shrieked, a sound of pure agony and desperate fury, as if the cleansing light was physically burning them. They surged forward, their formless bodies reaching, claws of shadow extending towards me. You will not stop us, their collective voice thundered in my mind, a chorus of ancient rage. The awakening cannot be denied, we will consume you. But I held fast. With a grunt of defiance, I plunged the tip of the silver dagger into a small, natural fissure in the stone, directly at the heart of the spring. A blinding flash of pure white-silver light erupted from the spring, so intense it burned away the darkness, banishing the shadows, making the very stone of the cavern chamber glow. A high-pitched, resonant scream, impossibly loud, ripped through the chamber, vibrating through my entire being, threatening to tear me apart, body and soul. It was the sound of ultimate resistance, of ancient power being unmade. The pain, oh the pain, it was beyond anything I had experienced before. It was not just heat or cold or draining or sorrow. It was everything all at once, multiplied 1,000-fold. It felt like every nerve ending in my body was on fire, being torn apart, shredded, purified. I felt the very essence of my being stretched thin, connected directly to the raw, untamed power of the ley lines, to the ancient heart of the Watcher's influence. Images clearer than crystal flooded my mind. I saw the Watchers not as amorphous shadows, but as colossal, ancient entities chained to this world by these ley lines, drawing sustenance, dreaming of ultimate conquest. And now I saw their chains being shattered, their parasitic connection being ripped away, not just from Oakhaven, but from this plane of existence. Their screams were not just of pain, but of profound loss, of being exiled, banished back into the abyssal depths from which they came. The shadowy watchers in the chamber recoiled, screaming, dissolving into wisps of shadow and dust, their forms unable to withstand the purifying light. The ancient idols around the spring cracked and crumbled, falling into dust, their malevolent power utterly consumed. I felt myself screaming, a primal sound of agony and defiance, pouring all my remaining will, all the purified energy from the key and dagger, into the spring, into the very earth itself. I was becoming one with the purification, a living conduit of light against darkness, pushing the watchers back, severing their ancient hold. The white-silver light intensified, growing beyond anything imaginable, until it was an inferno of pure, cleansing energy. The roar of the veil reached its zenith, a sound of profound, final release. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The light vanished, the screaming ceased. The cavern plunged back into utter, absolute darkness, a darkness far deeper and more profound than before, a darkness devoid of any lingering malice. I lay on the cold, damp stone floor, gasping, shaking uncontrollably, my entire body convulsing with residual energy. Every muscle screamed in protest, every bone ached. My hands, still clutching the inert brass key and silver dagger, were scorched, blistered, raw. My eyes slowly adjusted to the profound darkness. The cavern was silent. The oppressive dread was gone. The chilling hum had ceased. The sickening blue glow of the corrupted carvings was gone. The shadowy watchers were gone. The ancient idols were gone, crumbled into dust. The spring at the center of the chamber no longer bubbled with dark, stagnant water. It was now a pool of clear, sparkling, pristine water, glowing faintly with a soft, ethereal silver light, like a mirror reflecting the purity of a world remade. I slowly, painfully pushed myself up, my muscles protesting with every movement. My head throbbed, and a ringing sensation echoed in my ears. I still held the dagger in one hand, the brass key in the other. They felt inert now, cold and heavy, stripped of their vibrant energy, their purpose fulfilled. I had done it. I had cleansed Oakhaven. I had severed the Watcher's hold. I had banished them back to their abyss. The true silence settled over the chamber, a peace so profound it was almost deafening. Not even the distant whisper of the wind could be heard. It was as if the very heart of the earth had held its breath and was now slowly, cautiously, beginning to beat again, clean and pure. I stumbled towards the spiral steps, my legs feeling like lead. Each step was a monumental effort, but I pushed through, driven by the knowledge that it was over. I ascended higher and higher until I reached the top. The manhole cover still lay askew, allowing a sliver of dawn light to penetrate the darkness. I emerged, blinking, into the crisp morning air. The sun was just rising, casting long, golden rays across the snow-covered town square. The clock tower loomed over me, silent and dark, but its presence felt different now, no longer a monument to corruption, but a silent guardian, standing watch over a town reborn. The snow, the pristine snow of the town square, it stretched out, untouched, unmarred. The immense, flattened tracks of the watchers were gone, completely, vanished. It was as if they had never been there. The purification had not just banished them, it had erased their very footprint from this reality. Oakhaven was truly Klein. I stood there in the center of the town square, utterly exhausted, my body aching, my mind reeling, but a profound sense of peace settling over me. The ordeal was over. The nightmare had passed, and I, the ordinary traveler caught in a blizzard, had somehow saved it. The brass key and silver dagger, still clutched in my hands, felt like mere artifacts now beautiful but inert. Their power was gone, their purpose fulfilled. They were relics of a horror that had briefly erupted into my world, and now it was sealed away. What now? The roads were still impassable. My phone was still dead, but the urgent, desperate need to escape had receded completely. There was no longer anything to escape from. I looked at the silent houses, at the general store, at the church. They were just buildings now, waiting for life to return. The air was crisp, clean, biting cold, but wonderfully invigorating. The oppressive dread that had hung over Oakhaven for days, the very essence of its curse, was gone, replaced by a profound, almost sacred stillness. I walked towards the edge of town, towards the snow-choked road. As I approached, I saw something new. The massive drift that had blocked the way, reinforced by fallen trees, was different. The fallen trees were still there, but the drift itself had visibly receded, as if the sheer volume of snow had diminished. And beyond it, in the distance, I could see a faint, almost imperceptible line in the snow, a plowed road. Hope, real, tangible hope, surged through me. Help was coming. The outside world was reaching Oakhaven. I returned to the general store, grabbed a few more supplies for the road, and then made my way to my cabin. The cabin, too, felt different. It was just a simple, rustic dwelling, no longer a place of unease. I sat by the crackling fire, the key and dagger resting beside me. The physical pain was still there, a constant reminder, but it was overshadowed by a deep, quiet satisfaction. I had faced the impossible. I had endured. I had won. But as the day drew to a close and the moon began to rise over the purified Oakhaven, a new thought began to slowly, subtly creep into my mind. I had cleansed the town, banished the Watchers, and severed their ancient connection. But what about my connection? I was the one who had wielded the key, plunged the dagger, channeled the power. I had been the conduit. I had felt the very essence of the ley lines, the raw power of the veil, course through me. I had glimpsed things no human should ever see, felt pains no human should ever endure. And I had survived. The moon shone brightly through the cabin window, illuminating my hands. They were still raw and blistered from the rituals, but the faint scars that were beginning to form, they looked different. The skin seemed to shimmer with a faint, almost invisible silver sheen, particularly where the key and dagger had burned into my flesh. I looked at the brass key and silver dagger. They were inert, yes, but they had chosen me. They had bound to me. I had been the nexus. What did that make me now? A normal man, free to return to his old life, or something more, something irrevocably changed by the ancient power I had wielded, by the Watchers I had faced. The world was safe, Oakhaven was safe, but was I truly safe, or had I, in severing the Watchers' connection to Oakhaven, inadvertently forged a new, more intimate connection to something far older, far deeper within myself? The silence of Oakhaven no longer held dread, but a new, profound mystery, a quiet invitation to understand what I had become. The moon, full and brilliant, cast Oakhaven in a stark, silvery light, illuminating the pristine snow and the silent, ancient buildings. I sat by the hearth in my cabin, the fire a comforting presence, crackling softly. The brass key and silver dagger, now inert and cold, lay on the small wooden table beside me, mere shadows of the conduits they had been. My hands, still raw and blistered, throbbed with a dull ache, but it was a pain I welcomed, a tangible testament to the impossible I had survived. The question of what I had become lingered, a quiet hum beneath the surface of my profound exhaustion. I flexed my fingers, watching the faint silver sheen that seemed to cling to my skin, an ethereal glow that had not been there before. It was subtle, almost imperceptible in the dim light, but undeniably present. Was it a trick of the light, or had the ancient power truly left its mark? Sleep eventually came, a deep, dreamless slumber, free from the tormented visions that had plagued me for days. For the first time since the blizzard, I slept peacefully, truly rested, my body healing, my mind quiet. I awoke with the sun streaming through my cabin window, painting the interior in warm, golden hues. The air was crisp, clean, invigorating. There was no lingering chill of dread, no subtle prickling of unseen eyes, just the quiet comfort of my home, returned to its rightful peace. I moved slowly, every muscle protesting, but it was the protest of a body that had been pushed to its limits and was now mending, not the agony of a body under spiritual siege. My hands, though still bandaged, felt less painful, the blisters already beginning to scab over. The silver sheen on my skin was still there, perhaps even a little more noticeable in the daylight, like fine dust motes caught in the sun. It was an eerie, beautiful change. After a simple breakfast, I stepped out of the cabin. The world outside felt reborn. The snow, still impossibly deep, sparkled under the morning sun with a dazzling, almost magical brilliance. The air was wonderfully clean, carrying the scent of pine and crisp winter. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the gentle sounds of the forest, the rustle of wind through the branches, the distant caw of a crow, the soft whisper of melting snow dripping from eaves. Oak Haven was no longer a place of dread, but a tranquil winter wonderland. I took a walk exploring the perimeter of my cabin, then venturing further into the familiar woods. The enormous, flattened tracks of the watchers were completely gone, erased as if they had never existed. The trees, which had seemed menacing and ancient just yesterday, now stood in quiet dignity, their snow-laden branches serene. The forest felt alive again, not with lurking menace, but with the quiet, resilient life of nature. I returned to town, drawn by an instinct to confirm the changes. The clock tower, once a symbol of the town's corruption, now stood silent and majestic under the clear blue sky. Its broken doors were still broken, the mechanism still dormant, but the oppressive aura was gone. It felt like a monument to an ancient victory, not a lingering threat. The general store's broken back door was still askew, a testament to my desperate entry, but the air inside no longer felt stale and cold. The church, too, held a sense of calm, its stained glass windows now merely beautiful, not hiding secrets. The old Oak Haven cemetery, I knew, would also be at peace. The collective sorrow had been transformed. The transformation of Oak Haven was absolute. The town had been cleansed, purified. It was a beautiful, profound silence that now permeated everything, a quiet reverence for the life that had been saved. My mind, however, kept returning to the plowed road I had glimpsed yesterday, the outside world, my previous life. A part of me longed for it, for warmth, for human contact, for explanation. Another part of me, the part that now felt a subtle silver hum beneath its skin, felt an odd detachment. I had faced primordial horrors. How could I simply go back to normal? I made my decision. I needed to reach that road. I needed to know if Oak Haven truly was reconnected to the world, and I needed to begin to understand what this new reality meant for me. I packed my backpack with the remaining canned goods, jerky, and water. The brass key and silver dagger, now silent and cold, I tucked into a small pouch within my pack. They were artifacts of my journey, too important to leave behind, too dangerous to discard. Their inertness felt like a promise of peace, but their presence was a constant reminder. The trek to the edge of town, towards where I had seen the plowed road, was still arduous. The snow was deep, and my body, though healing, was still sore. But the pervasive sense of being watched, of lurking danger, was utterly gone. I walked with a newfound sense of purpose, not of frantic escape, but of steady, confident progress. As I neared the massive snowdrift and fallen trees that had blocked the road, I saw that my initial impression was correct. The snowdrift had indeed receded, as if the very ice and snow had lost some of their malevolent hold. The fallen trees, though still heavy, seemed less entangled, less menacing. It was still a formidable barrier, but now it felt surmountable. I spent the better part of an hour, straining and grunting, using my hunting knife and a sturdy branch to clear a path. The cold air burned my lungs, but the physical exertion was a welcome distraction from the weight of my thoughts. Slowly, painstakingly, I created a narrow passage through the snow and branches. Stepping through the last barrier, I emerged onto the road. It was cleared, a narrow track cut through the snow, leading into the distance. It was still rough, undoubtedly plowed by heavy machinery, but it was a clear path. And in the distance, a faint, rhythmic sound reached my ears, the thrumming of an engine. It was distant, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Rescue, humanity. A profound wave of relief washed over me, so strong it almost brought me to my knees. It was over. The isolation, the terror, the impossible task, it was all behind me. I started walking, following the plowed road, my steps quickening with each faint thrum of the engine. The sun was now high, bathing the pristine landscape in brilliant light. The world felt vast and open again, no longer confined by the invisible walls of Oakhaven's curse. The engine sound grew steadily louder, resolving into the distinct rumble of a snowplow, and behind it I could make out the shapes of other vehicles, people. I saw them before they saw me, a large, orange snowplow, followed by a sturdy pickup truck and then an ambulance. They were moving slowly, cautiously, but steadily. The snowplow cleared the path, sending plumes of white powder into the air. I stopped in the middle of the road, raising my unbandaged hand, waving it frantically. My voice was hoarse from disuse, but I yelled, a raw, joyous sound. "Hey, over here, I'm here." The snowplow ground to a halt. The pickup truck and ambulance stopped behind it. Doors opened, and figures in heavy winter gear emerged. They were wary, their expressions hidden by hats and scarves, but I could feel their surprise, their disbelief. A burly man in a bright orange safety vest, presumably the plow driver, stepped forward. He had a thick, grizzled beard, and his eyes, though narrowed against the glare of the snow, were kind. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, his voice gruff but relieved. "Thought we'd never find anyone alive out here. Are you okay, son?" He took in my appearance, my disheveled hair, my mud-stained clothes, the heavy backpack, and the bandaged hands. I must have looked like a wild man, a ghost emerged from the wilderness. I'm fine," I rasped, my voice cracking, "just a bit cold and hungry." A woman in a paramedic uniform, her face concerned, rushed forward. "Let's get you checked out. What's your name? How long have you been out here?" "My name is John," I said, realizing I hadn't spoken it aloud in days. "And I've been here since the blizzard hit, a week, maybe more." They led me to the ambulance, where a second paramedic began to quickly assess me. They wrapped me in a thermal blanket, offered me hot tea from a thermos and a granola bar. The warmth, the kindness, the simple human contact was overwhelming. Tears pricked at my eyes, not of sorrow, but of profound relief and gratitude. "We've been searching for days," the paramedic explained, checking my pulse. Oakhaven was completely cut off. Satellite images showed no activity. We feared the worst. You're the first person we've found. I tried to explain, to tell them about the Watchers, the veil, the nodes, the cleansing, but the words felt clumsy, inadequate. How could I make them understand? How could I articulate the cosmic horror I had faced, the ancient evil I had vanquished? There was something in Oakhaven, I began, my voice low. Something ancient, dark, it was feeding on the town. The paramedic exchanged a glance with her colleague. Trauma can do strange things to the mind, John, she said gently. It sounds like you've been through a terrible ordeal. Just focus on resting now. We'll get you to a hospital, get you properly warmed up and fed. I understood. They thought I was delirious, perhaps suffering from hypothermia or psychological shock. I couldn't blame them. The truth was too fantastical, too impossible for ordinary comprehension. How could I tell them that the town was now truly safe, that a primordial evil had been banished by my hands? I leaned back against the ambulance seat, sipping the hot tea, feeling the warmth spread through my body. For now, it was enough to be safe to be found. The greater truth, the story of Oakhaven's salvation, would have to wait, or perhaps it would remain my secret, a burden and a strange gift only I carried. As the ambulance, followed by the truck and snowplow, slowly began its journey back towards civilization, I looked back at Oakhaven. It stood silent and pristine, nestled amidst the snow-covered trees, a quiet testament to an unseen war. The sun glinted off the clock tower, a beacon of peace. The journey was slow, treacherous, but steadily forward. Eventually, we reached a larger, cleared highway, where more emergency vehicles and police cars were waiting. The sight of so many people, the bustling activity, the flashing lights, was overwhelming after days of silent desolation. I was transferred to a larger ambulance and then taken to the nearest hospital in a small town called Silverstream, about 2 hours away. The doctors and nurses were kind, professional, but their faces were etched with concern. They ran tests, asked questions, trying to piece together the fragments of my story. Mr. Smith, a kind-faced doctor, said, looking over my chart, "Your vitals are stable miraculously. You're malnourished and dehydrated, and those hands, they look like severe frostbite, but with unusual patterns. We'll need to do more specialized tests." I tried to explain the pain of the cleansing, the energy that had coursed through me, the silver sheen on my skin. I held up my hands, but in the sterile hospital lighting, the subtle glow was almost invisible, easy to dismiss as my imagination or a trick of tired eyes. It felt like a sacrifice, I mumbled, my voice weak, to sever their connection. The doctor nodded sympathetically. "You've been through a very traumatic experience, John. We understand. Rest is the most important thing now. We'll monitor you closely." They sedated me lightly, ensuring I got the deep, restorative sleep my body desperately needed. I slept for what felt like an eternity, emerging groggy but undeniably stronger. Days blurred into a week. I was kept under observation, both for my physical health and my mental state. News of my survival, the sole survivor of Oakhaven's blizzard isolation, spread. Reporters tried to get to me, but the hospital shielded me, citing my need for recovery. During this time, I slowly regained my strength. My hands, still bandaged, healed remarkably fast. The blisters faded, the raw skin quickly regenerated, and the silver sheen, it remained. Subtle, almost like a faint tattoo, glimmering faintly beneath the surface of my skin, particularly noticeable in dim light or when I focused on it. It was my secret mark, a brand of what I had become. The brass key and silver dagger remained in my backpack, which the hospital staff had carefully stored. I hadn't mentioned them, fearing further skepticism. They were my own private proof, my connection to the impossible. I spent hours alone, reflecting. Oakhaven was clean, the watchers were banished, the fear had dissipated, replaced by a profound peace. But what about me? I had channeled immense power, gazed into the abyss, and touched the ancient fabric of reality. I felt different, not just physically, but internally. My senses seemed sharper, my awareness heightened. The world seemed more vibrant, more alive. And yet there was a strange weight to this change, a loneliness born of carrying a truth no one else could comprehend. One evening, a woman visited me. She introduced herself as Dr. Eris Thorne, a specialist in unexplained phenomena from a covert government agency. Her eyes were sharp, intelligent, and held a depth that suggested she had seen things beyond the ordinary. She was not a therapist. She was an investigator. She sat by my bedside, her gaze unwavering. "John," she began, her voice low and even, "we've been monitoring unusual energy fluctuations around Oakhaven for some time. We detected a massive surge, then a complete cessation of all abnormal activity just a few days ago, coinciding with your emergence." My heart pounded. She wasn't dismissing me. She was listening. "We have reason to believe that Oakhaven was a focal point for something ancient, something we've only ever theorized about," she continued, her eyes scanning my face as if searching for a sign. "You mentioned watchers. You mentioned cleansing nodes. Can you elaborate?" I took a deep breath. This was it, my chance to tell the truth. I started from the beginning: the blizzard, Thomas, the keeper, the veil, the key and dagger, the 5 nodes, the pain, the purification. I spoke for hours, my voice steady, relaying the impossible events with a chilling clarity. I described the clock tower, the sawmill, my cabin, the cemetery, and the final abyss beneath the town square. Dr. Thorne listened intently, not once interrupting, her expression unreadable. When I finished, the room was silent for a long moment, broken only by the rhythmic beeping of my medical monitor. "And the key and dagger?" she finally asked, her voice barely a whisper. "In my backpack," I said. "They're inert now. Their power is spent." She rose and retrieved my pack. With a quiet reverence, she took out the brass key and silver dagger. She held them, turning them over in her hands, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings. Her eyes, however, were fixed on my hands. "The scars," she murmured, a flicker of something in her gaze, recognition, understanding. "They're healing unnaturally fast, and the luminescence. We detected a similar energy signature from you, faint but unmistakable when you were brought in." I showed her the faint silver sheen on my skin. She leaned closer, her eyes widening slightly. "Extraordinary," she breathed. "You've been imprinted. You've absorbed a portion of the purified energy, perhaps even some of the residual power of the veil itself." "What does that mean?" I asked, my voice tight. "It means," she said, looking up at me, a profound gravity in her eyes, "that you are no longer just John Smith. You are something more, a vessel, a guardian perhaps. The watchers are banished, yes, but the veil is still there, thin in places. And you, John, you are now intrinsically linked to it. You are a bridge." My blood ran cold. A bridge to what? "To the energies you wielded," she explained. "To the hidden currents of this world. You have opened your inner self to something ancient. This imprint will likely manifest in ways we cannot predict. Enhanced senses, an intuitive understanding of certain things, perhaps even latent abilities." Latent abilities. The thought was both terrifying and strangely exhilarating. I had fought for Oakhaven, for the ordinary world. Now I was no longer ordinary. "You're not going back to your old life, John," she stated, her voice gentle but firm. "Not really. You're too important, too unique. We need your help. My organization, we've been trying to understand and contain these unexplained phenomena for decades. You've achieved what we could only dream of." I stared at her, the enormity of her words settling over me. My life, as I knew it, was irrevocably over. But in its place, a new, terrifying, yet strangely compelling path was opening. "What exactly do you want from me?" I asked. Dr. Thorne smiled, a faint, weary smile. "The Watchers were just one threat, John. There are others. Ancient evils, breaches in the veil, things that stir in the shadows. We believe you might be uniquely suited to help us understand them, to fight them, to protect the world from what lies beyond." She paused, letting her words sink in. "You have a choice, of course. We won't force you, but think about it. You've seen what happens when these forces are left unchecked. You felt the burden of that responsibility. You've answered the call once. Will you answer it again?" I looked at the inert key and dagger in her hands, then at my own, at the faint silver shimmer on my skin. The thought of returning to a mundane life, after all I had witnessed, felt hollow. The world was safe for now, yes, but what about tomorrow? What about the next Oak Haven? "What do you call your organization?" I asked, my voice steady. "The Oriole Foundation," she replied, her eyes gleaming with a quiet intensity. "We protect the threshold." I closed my eyes, picturing the vast, dark chamber beneath Oakhaven, the swirling nightmares in the black spring, the agony of the purification. And then the pristine water, sparkling with silver light. "I'll help you," I said, opening my eyes, "but I have conditions." Dr. Thorne's smile widened. "I thought you might tell me." For the next few weeks, my recovery continued at a discreet, secure facility run by the Oriole Foundation. It was a complex hidden deep within a remote mountain range, far from prying eyes. Here, my unique status was not just accepted, but studied. They ran advanced tests on me, unlike anything in the hospital. Their equipment was cutting edge, their understanding of energy signatures and metaphysical phenomena far beyond anything I could have imagined. They confirmed the silver sheen on my skin wasn't just superficial. It was an energetic signature, emanating from deep within my cellular structure, an echo of the purified ley line energy I had channeled. They called me an anchor. I was a living nexus, intrinsically connected to the veil, sensitive to its fluctuations, able to perceive subtle shifts in the fabric of reality. My senses were indeed heightened. I could detect faint energies, sense the presence of residual anomalies, even feel the subtle hum of the Earth's own energy lines. It was overwhelming at first, like being perpetually bombarded by invisible signals, but with Dr. Thorne's guidance, I began to learn how to filter and control it. The brass key and silver dagger were housed in a specialized containment unit. Dr. Thorne and her team studied them relentlessly, trying to understand their composition, their purpose, and how they functioned as conduits. They determined that the key was an attunement key, designed to resonate with specific ley lines and activate nodes. The dagger, they believed, was a severing blade, its silver imbued with properties that could cut through corrupted energy, acting as a final purification tool. They recognized that the combination, wielded by a conduit, was incredibly potent. I underwent extensive training, not just physical conditioning, which I desperately needed, but mental and spiritual exercises designed to help me control my new abilities, to understand the veil, and to prepare for the threats that lay beyond. I learned about other ancient entities, other breaches, other forgotten cults that sought to manipulate these powers. Dr. Thorne became my primary mentor, guiding me through this bewildering new reality. She spoke of ancient orders, of a hidden war that had been waged for millennia, of heroes and guardians throughout history who had stood against the encroaching darkness. I was one of them now. One evening, as I sat in a secluded observation room, looking out at the snow-capped mountains, Dr. Thorne joined me. "Oak Haven is stable," she said, her voice soft. "We sent a team in. No signs of residual Watcher influence. The energy signatures are completely clean. It's remarkable. You truly cleansed it." A profound sense of accomplishment settled over me and the townspeople. "The missing residents are still missing," she admitted, her face darkening slightly. "We're not entirely sure what happened to them during the Watcher's full awakening. They weren't just feeding on energy, John. They were feeding on souls, on consciousness. It's likely they were completely consumed, their essence integrated into the Watcher's being. They are truly gone." A chill went through me. Thomas, the keeper, all the lost souls. The cost of my victory was immense. "But the town is safe for any future inhabitants," she quickly added, as if sensing my despair. "And because of your actions, the Watcher's specific influence on this particular dimension has been profoundly weakened. They will not be able to manifest here again for a very, very long time. You bought us time, precious time." She looked at me, her gaze piercing. "You saved a town, John, and perhaps you saved more than that. You may have averted a much larger catastrophe." I nodded slowly, the weight of her words heavy on my shoulders. The loneliness of my unique status still gnawed at me, but it was tempered by a growing sense of purpose. I was an anchor, a guardian. My old life was gone, but a new, vital one had begun. Months passed, my training intensified. I learned to project a subtle shield of purified energy, to detect anomalies from a distance, to even perceive echoes of past events within certain powerful locations. My hands, completely healed, retained their silver shimmer, a permanent reminder of the power I now held, or rather, the power that now resided within me. The key and dagger remained powerful artifacts, but they were no longer essential. I was the conduit. The Foundation soon had a new mission for me. A small, remote coastal village in the Pacific Northwest had reported strange occurrences, inexplicable disappearances, unsettling whispers carried on the wind, and a creeping, icy dread that had begun to infest the dreams of its residents. The signs were eerily familiar. "A potential breach," Dr. Thorne explained, showing me maps and satellite images. "Another thinning of the veil. Not Watchers this time, we believe. Something else entirely, but equally dangerous." I looked at the map, at the isolated village nestled by a dark, churning sea. A cold dread, familiar yet different, settled in my stomach, but beneath it, a calm resolve. This was my new life. This was my purpose. I packed a specialized kit provided by the Foundation, including a modified compass that reacted to energy fluctuations, a communicator, and various other tools. The brass key and silver dagger were not included in my standard loadout, but I knew where they were. I was told I was enough. As I prepared to depart, Dr. Thorne approached me. "Remember, John," she said, her voice serious. "You're not alone in this. We have a network, and you have what you've become. Trust your instincts. Trust the anchor within you." I boarded a small, unmarked plane, its engines humming softly in the pre-dawn light. As it ascended, carrying me away from the hidden base and towards a new, unknown threat, I looked out the window. The world below, vast and silent, held countless secrets, countless dangers. But now I was a part of its hidden defense. The plane leveled off, flying silently towards the setting sun. The silver shimmer on my hands seemed to pulse faintly, a subtle warmth spreading through my veins. The journey to Oakhaven had transformed me from an ordinary man into something more. Now that transformation would be tested. The fight was far from over. It had just begun, and I was ready. I knew that the road ahead would be long and perilous. There would be more forgotten towns, more ancient evils, more sacrifices. But I also knew that I was no longer afraid. The world needed its guardians, and I, John Smith, the reluctant hero of Oakhaven, was now one of them. The question of what I had become was no longer a mystery, but a calling. I was the anchor, I was the shield, and I would protect the threshold, whatever the cost. The small plane cut through the Pacific Northwest air, a silent shadow against the deepening twilight. Below, the rugged coastline stretched, a jagged scar where dark forests met the churning, gray expanse of the ocean. My destination, the remote fishing village of Havenwood, was a cluster of lights clinging precariously to a narrow cove, dwarfed by ancient, towering pines. A shiver, not of cold, but of anticipation, traced its way down my spine. The silver shimmer on my hands pulsed, a faint echo of the energies I had become attuned to. This wasn't Oakhaven. This was a new unknown. Yet the familiar prickle of dread, the subtle hum beneath the surface of reality, was undeniably present. The plane landed silently on a small, unlit airstrip carved into the mountainside. Dr. Thorne was waiting, a compact figure emerging from the twilight, her face grim. "Welcome to Havenwood, Anchor," she said, her voice devoid of its usual warmth. "The situation has deteriorated rapidly." I nodded, gripping the strap of my pack. "What are we dealing with?" Local folklore speaks of the deep maw, an ancient entity that slumbers beneath the waves, feeding on fear and sorrow, she explained, her breath misting in the cold air. The disappearances, the nightmares, they align. We believe it's a sentient breach, a tear in the veil near a particularly volatile underwater ley line. It's drawing energy, growing stronger. "Another watcher?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "Number far older, more primal," she replied, her eyes scanning the dark horizon. "The watchers merely fed on the echoes. This is the echo, a manifestation of the deep, abyssal fear of the ocean itself. It's pulling souls into its domain directly. We believe its nexus is a network of sea caves deep beneath the village, connected to ancient, submerged ruins." The mission was clear: identify the nexus, sever its connection, and banish the deep maw back to its abyssal slumber. My training had prepared me for this, or so I hoped. The village itself was a ghost town. Houses, weathered by centuries of salt and wind, stood dark and empty. Fishing boats, their nets still neatly coiled, bobbed eerily in the harbor. A thick, unsettling fog rolled in from the sea, muffling all sound, transforming the familiar into something sinister. As I walked through the deserted streets, my anchor senses flared. The air was thick with the residue of fear, a palpable, cold despair that clung to every surface. I could feel the faint, rhythmic pulse of the underwater ley lines, corrupted and twisted, feeding the entity below. The deep hum was different from Oakhaven's sorrowful sigh. This was a guttural, hungry growl that echoed in my soul. Dr. Thorne led me to an old, dilapidated lighthouse perched on the highest cliff overlooking the churning sea. Its light was long extinguished, a beacon of safety now a monument to neglect. Inside, a small team from the Foundation had established a command center, their faces drawn and weary. The disappearances started near the old cannery, then spread to the docks. A lame, sharp-eyed operative reported, pointing to a map. "We believe the entity is using the water itself as a conduit, drawing people down." My eyes were drawn to the sea. The fog was thickest over the churning waves, swirling into dark, indistinct shapes that seemed to writhe and reach towards the land, the deep maw. "I need to get to the source," I said, my voice steady, despite the cold dread in my gut. "The sea caves, the submerged ruins." "We've located a primary access point," Dr. Thorne confirmed, pointing to a spot on the map near the old cannery, where a rocky path descended towards a hidden cove. "But the currents are treacherous, and the entity's influence is strongest there. It won't be like the clean cuts of Oakhaven. This will be a primal battle." She handed me a compact diving suit, specially designed with subtle energy dampeners, and a modified, waterproof version of my foundation kit. The brass key and silver dagger were not present. I was the conduit now. Under the cover of pre-dawn darkness, I descended the slippery path, the rhythmic crash of waves against the rocks growing louder. The air tasted of salt and something metallic, something ancient and hungry. The fog was so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face, but my anchor senses guided me, pulling me towards the source of the dread. I reached a small, rocky beach, littered with smoothed black stones. The tide was low, revealing a gaping maw in the cliff face, a dark, water-filled cave. This was it, the entrance to the deep maw's domain. I pulled on the diving suit, secured my kit, and took a deep breath. The silver shimmer on my skin intensified, a warm, protective glow emanating from within. This time I wasn't just reacting, I was prepared. I plunged into the icy water. The cold was shocking, but the suit held. My vision, however, was immediately obscured by the inky blackness, but my anchor senses took over. I could feel the currents, the faint pulse of the corrupted ley lines, drawing me deeper, pulling me into the earth's watery embrace. The cave opened into a vast, submerged labyrinth. The water teemed with dark, swirling energy, like liquid nightmares. I swam deeper, guided by the insistent pull, the growing intensity of the deep maw's hungry hum. My internal shield, honed by months of training, pushed back against the encroaching despair, protecting my mind. After what felt like an eternity, the cavern opened into an immense, dark abyss. Below me, far in the crushing depths, lay the ruins. A sprawling, ancient city, half buried in the silt, its cyclopean architecture radiating an immense, malevolent power. And at its heart, a massive, pulsating vortex of black water, swirling with countless indistinct forms. The deep maw. It was immense, a swirling vortex of primordial fear and hunger, a gaping maw in the fabric of reality itself. I could see the trapped souls, the stolen consciousnesses, churning within its depths, feeding its terrible power. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming, dwarfing anything I had faced in Oakhaven. A cold, telepathic whisper slithered into my mind, not of rage, but of ancient, bottomless hunger. "Come closer, little light, join the endless dream, surrender your insignificant spark." I pushed back with my shield, my resolve hardening. My hands, glowing faintly silver, began to channel the purified energy, creating a focused beam of light in the darkness, cutting through the abyssal gloom. The deep maw reacted, its churning core surging, sending out waves of pure dread, attempting to shatter my will. Phantom tentacles of shadow lashed out, trying to ensnare me, to drag me into its depths. But I was no longer a terrified traveler. I was an anchor. I plunged, diving towards the ancient ruins, focusing all my energy. I was the key, the dagger, the conduit. The purified light from my hands intensified, pushing back the shadows, illuminating the grotesque forms that swam within the vortex, twisted, ancient things that writhed in silent agony. I reached the outermost edge of the swirling maw, hovering just above the ancient, corrupted ley line that pulsed beneath the ruins. This was the nexus point, the connection between the deep maw and this reality. This was where I had to sever it. With a scream of defiance that echoed only in my own mind, I brought my silver-glowing hands together, focusing all the purified energy of the ley lines, all the power of the cleansed veil, into a single, piercing beam of light. I channeled everything I had become, everything I had endured, into that moment. The light erupted, a blinding white-silver spear of pure energy, piercing the very heart of the deep maw's swirling vortex, searing through the ancient, corrupted ley line. An impossibly loud, agonizing shriek, a sound of primordial hunger abruptly cut short, ripped through the abyssal water. The entire underwater city trembled, fissures appearing in its ancient stone. The vortex bucked, convulsed, then began to unravel, its black waters receding, its captive souls briefly flashing into view before dissolving into faint, ethereal motes of light that ascended towards the surface. The sheer power, the agony of the severance ripped through me. It was 1,000 times worse than Oakhaven, a cosmic scream of being torn apart from within. Every nerve ending was on fire, my very essence felt stretched to breaking point, my mind bombarded by images of endless darkness, of primordial chaos. I felt the deep maw being banished, driven back into the darkest recesses of the void, its connection to this dimension shattered. And then, just as suddenly, it ceased. The light vanished, the screaming stopped. The cavern plunged into an absolute, profound darkness. I drifted in the silence, my body limp, utterly spent, my mind reeling from the impossible power I had wielded. My hands, no longer glowing, throbbed with a residual ache. The silver sheen, however, remained, a permanent mark. Slowly, painfully, I began to ascend. The oppressive dread was gone, replaced by a deep, almost serene stillness. The water around me, though still dark, felt clean, pure. The deep maw was banished. The veil was sealed for now. I broke the surface near the small, rocky beach, gasping for air, the cold morning air a shock after the abyssal depths. Dr. Thorne was there, her face etched with worry, but a flicker of relief crossed her features as she saw me. "John," she cried, rushing forward, "are you all right?" I pulled off my mask, my voice hoarse. "It's done, it's banished." She helped me out of the water, her eyes scanning my face, then my hands. "The energy signature, it's gone, completely, but you're still humming with latent power." "It costs," I said, leaning against the cold rock, my body shaking with exhaustion. "It always costs." "But you endured," she said, a rare, gentle smile gracing her lips. "You always endure, Anchor." As the sun rose over Havenwood, painting the sky in fiery hues, the fog began to dissipate, revealing a transformed landscape. The air, though still crisp, felt clean, revitalized. The oppressive dread was gone. The sea, though still churning, no longer held that malevolent undertow. Havenwood was safe. Its scattered residents, those who had fled or gone into hiding, would slowly begin to return, to rebuild, never knowing the true terror that had lurked beneath their peaceful town. For the next few weeks, I recovered at the Foundation's hidden facility. My abilities, though still formidable, felt more refined, more integrated. I was no longer merely a conduit. I was a living part of the Veil's defense. My senses were sharper than ever, my understanding of the hidden currents of reality deepening with each passing day. The silver shimmer on my hands was a constant reminder, a symbol of my new existence. Dr. Thorne and I spent hours discussing the nature of these threats, the ancient war, and my evolving role. I was an anchor, a protector, a bridge between worlds. My mundane life was gone, but in its place I had found a purpose, a profound responsibility that resonated deep within my soul. One evening, as I stood looking out at the vast, star-strewn sky, Dr. Thorne joined me. "The world is filled with these thin places, John," she said, her voice quiet. "Places where the veil weakens, where ancient things stir. They've always been there, and there have always been guardians." "Like the keeper," I murmured, remembering the old man who had started it all. "Yes, like him, and now like you," she confirmed. "You are stronger now, John, more than just a conduit. You understand the currents, you carry the purification within you. You are the shield this world needs." I looked at my hands, at the faint silver glow that pulsed beneath my skin. The loneliness of my unique existence was still there, a quiet hum, but it was no longer overwhelming. It was replaced by a profound sense of purpose, a deep, unwavering resolve. "What's next?" I asked, turning to her. She smiled, a weary but determined expression. "Always something. There's a village in the Amazon, a hidden temple stirring in the Himalayas, whispers of ancient rituals disturbing the Australian outback. The threats are endless, John, but so too is our vigilance, and yours." I nodded, a quiet strength settling in my heart. The journey from an ordinary traveler caught in a blizzard had been long, terrifying, and transformative. I had faced nightmares beyond human comprehension, endured pain that threatened to shatter my very soul, and emerged forever changed. My old life was gone, irrevocably, but I was not broken. I was forged anew. The world slept, oblivious to the hidden war waged in the shadows, to the ancient evils that constantly clawed at the edges of reality. But I was awake. I was ready. I was John Smith, and I was the anchor. I would protect the threshold, wherever it thinned, whatever the cost. The fight was indeed far from over. It had just truly, deeply begun. And I would face it, not with fear, but with the quiet, silver strength of a guardian, forever vigilant, forever unbound.